So thanks a lot, everybody, for participating. We have we expect to be a great lineup of papers, and we hope to get a lot of discussions. So each paper is allocated 30 minutes for the presentation and 10 minutes for discussions. Some papers will have co-authors in the chat, some papers will not. The first one will not, so Cynthia General told me that she's eager to get clarifying questions if they are during her talk, and we can leave more detailed discussions at the end. So, but in general, people feel free to ask questions if needed, and I will adjust the timing hopefully properly as we go. So with that being said, I'm not sure whether to wait until 05 or get started. We can get started, no? Yes, yeah, perfect. Cynthia?
Okay, can everyone see my first slide okay?
Perfect.
Great. Okay, well, thank you so much for the opportunity to present as part of this conference. I'm really looking forward to getting feedback and really looking forward to hearing learning about the other papers on the program as well. So I'm going to be talking today about insurance and propagation in village networks, and this is joint work with Chris Sanfenthrak at UCSD, with Rob Townsend at MIT, and Diego Vera-Cosio at the Inter-American Development Bank. Okay, so the motivation for this project is firstly, and I think this will be uncontroversial, that households and firms in low and middle income countries are exposed to significant risk of various types. Moreover, and again, I think this probably will be uncontroversial, in low and middle income countries, there's not a clear-cut division between households and firms. That is, many households operate firms. In some cases, those are sole proprietor self-employment activities, and in other cases, those would be somewhat larger firms that would employ one or more employees. But at any rate, those the fact that these households are also operating firms is going to constitute another set of linkages within village economies that we're going to be interested in talking about today. Okay, so on the household side, the types of interconnections that are likely to exist between households are ones that are familiar from the risk sharing literature. Households can be connected via kinship linkages. They can be connected as friends, neighbors, and so forth. And those types of network connections have been fairly extensively investigated for their ability to help in smoothing idiosyncratic shocks through risk-sharing networks. Okay, but then that other set of interconnections between household firms can take somewhat different forms. So household small firms can be connected through employer-employee relationships, supplier-buyer relationships, and so forth. And what we're going to focus on today is the fact that those types of connections can cause idiosyncratic shocks that occur to one firm or the proprietor of one firm to propagate. Yep. So, just to kind of illustrate the way in which these local networks can serve multiple roles, here on the left side of the screen, I have a screenshot from a mutual aid network that sprung up in my local area of Medford, Massachusetts during the time of COVID. And this, although it's in a, although this is in the U.S., it's filling, kind of typifying this idea that local networks can provide they can provide support. On the other hand, here on the right side of the screen, this is a screen grab of an article that appeared in the New York Times early last year during the first wave of shutdowns in the United States. And this is just an article making the point that when restaurants were forced to close, the linked firms that supplied those restaurants, things like florists or bakers or fishmongers and so forth, suffered indirectly from those shutdowns and from the decline of business activity that affected the restaurants. Okay, so again, all of this is to say that these different types of linkages can, on one hand, facilitate consumption smoothing, but can also lead to shock propagation. Okay, so what do we do more specifically? Our context is going to be villages in Thailand, and this is a context where in our data set, all of the households that we observe also operate some kind of self-employment activity. So when I say firm, you shouldn't be necessarily picturing a large firm with 30 employees. This could range from just agricultural self-employment to non-agricultural employment that would employ others. Okay. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to use the timing of health shocks to firstly to study how well insured these idiosyncratic shocks are. We're going to find that they're somewhat insured, that those risk sharing networks do exist and do function in the way that we expect, but that insurance is only partial. So I'll show you that when a household suffers one of these health shocks, we'll see that gifts and transfers from other households increase, but in the kind of contemporaneous with the timing of the shock, the gifts and transfers only meet about half of the financing needs, and so the residual financing needs are met in large part by the shocked household reducing business spending, and that's going to be both business spending on hiring and business spending on inputs. And that's, if I have time, I'll show you some sample split where households who are less well connected in the pre-shock risk-sharing network, those less well-insured households have to cut their, or optimally cut their business spending to a larger extent. So the next thing we're going to do is use the detailed data that we have in this context on linkages across these household firms to see whether a shock to one household propagates to other households that are linked to it in these employer-employee or supplier-buyer networks. And as you can kind of surmise from the way that I've set things up thus far, we're going to find that, in fact, these shocks do propagate. The answer is yes, they do. So we'll show that for households closer, for a household J who's relatively closer to the shocked household I, we'll document that there are falls in local transactions, both in the goods market and the labor market, and that this then in turn leads to a significant fall in income and then also to a fall in consumption. And then kind of paralleling the second bullet point up above, we'll see that the extent of that propagation is going to be less when the directly shocked. Oh, sorry. This is I flipped a sign here. It's going to be a larger decrease or a greater extent of propagation when the shocked household is poorly insured. So I apologize for that. I'll be clear about that later. We're going to see then a larger decline in transactions, income, and consumption. That is more propagation when the shocked household is more central in a network sense. And we'll also see a larger decline, a larger extent of propagation when the overall network is more dense. So having this detailed network information is going to allow us to kind of understand how the structure of these local networks kind of mitigates the extent of the shock propagation. Okay, then we'll also use these different pieces that we calculate to put together a kind of a what we think of as a multiplier, that is a scaling for every, let's say, 100 baht of direct effects that hit the directly shocked household, what's the aggregate amount of indirect effects that we see across the other linked households, and we're going to compute a multiplier of roughly 1.5. So for every 100 baht of direct effects, we'll see roughly 150 baht of indirect effects summing across the linked households within the labor and product networks. And so one thing that this is going to suggest is that the aggregate benefits of safety net policies, whether those are universal basic income or formal health insurance or unemployment insurance or otherwise, those aggregate benefits may be significantly greater than we would conclude if we only looked at the direct benefits, because there's going to be an extent of benefit to these indirectly exposed households. Okay, so I won't spend, in the interest of time, I won't spend too much time on the related literature, because I could spend a lot of time and still not do justice to the different literatures that we see this project as relating to. But we see this project as relating to at least 5 kind of strands of literature, and happy to get feedback on others. So one is the literature in development economics on non-separability between kind of consumption side shocks to firms and production side decisions of firms. And the contribution that we see this project is making there is to show, to document in another context the failure of separation, but then more novelly, I think, to show that in this context of household firms in a poor context, that these separation failures lead to propagation to other households and other firms. Then, of course, as people in this audience are going to be very well aware, there's a large and growing literature on business-to-business propagation of shocks, and we're going to make a couple of contributions there, I hope. One is that we're going to show that shocks propagate both upstream and downstream, which to our knowledge has not been documented to a great extent in this literature, although I'm happy to be corrected on that. And then again, leveraging the kind of detailed network data that we have, we're going to try to show ways in which the kind of network structure and the position of the shocked household within that network matter for the extent of propagation. Then, of course, there's a literature on networks and risk sharing, and as I've mentioned, we're going to show that the extent of a household's access to insurance affects that degree of propagation, and also just draw attention to the fact that not all households, and therefore not all their firms, are equally well connected to this risk mitigating network, and that's going to have implications for which shocks propagate. Then there's also an important literature about frictions in economic networks, and how those frictions can shape those networks, can lead them to be maybe either more or less dense or more or less rigid than they might be in the absence of those frictions. And the observation we're going to make there is to document that in this context, these local business-to-business networks are highly rigid. So if I have time, I'll show you that being connected 10 quarters ago is a stronger predictor of transacting 10 quarters in the future than our other measures of homophily. Okay, I guess so. Yeah. Okay, and then finally, there's another literature kind of documenting the spillover effects of social protection, and here we're just going to draw attention to the role of these local business-to-business networks in spillovers or in propagation. And so this is kind of another channel through which we can see spillover effects of social protection to the extent that social protection can mitigate this extent of propagation. So maybe I'll pause there for a second to see if there are any questions. Not, I'll forge ahead. Okay, I'll forge ahead. Great. Okay, so just a little bit more about the data and context here. The data that we're going to be using is the data set that some of you, I know that I know some people in this audience are familiar with, is the Townsend Thai monthly data set. We're going to use 14 years of monthly panel data, so 168 months, and we're going to focus on a sample of 509 continuously observed households across 16 rural Thai villages. So this data is, I think, fairly uniquely situated to answer the types of questions that we're interested in this project. Firstly, we have detailed information about household financing activities, how much households earn from their businesses, how much they invest in their businesses, and so forth, both for kind of household balance sheets and also their family enterprises. And then also, and importantly, we're going to observe detailed information about transactions between households in each village. And then this is also going to be a context where that kind of overlap between households and firms is quite high. So in this is not an artifact of our sample construction, but all of the households in our sample have some kind of self-employment activity. So no household in the sample is solely a wage earner. And the types of occupations that you can be thinking about here, a household might raise cattle for dairy. They could be engaged in aquaculture, raising fish or shrimp, agriculture, growing corn or rice or other crops, or they could operate a non-agricultural enterprise like a grocery store. So just to give you a sense of what these networks look like, or the types of networks that we can construct. So here for a fairly arbitrarily chosen village out of these 16 are resulting networks that we construct. So first you can see the supply chain network. So this is households that transact with one another in terms of buying and selling goods and inputs. And so you can see, heterogeneity both in kind of how central some household firms within this network are going to be quite central, others are peripheral, and then other households aren't going to transact in these local networks at all. And I should say, just to be clear, that we're only maybe this is obvious, but we're only measuring transactions, or we're only constructing a network for intra-village transactions. So a household that transacts only outside of the village will look like they're in autarky here. Then the middle panel, we see the labor network, which you can see is even more dense and kind of links an even higher proportion of households. And once again, we have variation, with some households being quite central and other households being quite peripheral. And then this network on the right, which we call which is labeled here as a financial network, and that measures gifts and transfers. You can see here that this network is actually the most sparse of the three, where in a given year, about a third of households will transact in that gift and loan network. Okay, so that's the context. So the first thing we want to do is kind of document that the shocks that that we've identified a shock that we can use to kind of meaningfully think about propagation. So we want to identify a shock that meets a couple of criteria.
Cynthia, can I ask you something?
Oh yes, please.
Can you come back to the previous slide? I was thinking that to what extent the one with the networks.
Oh, sure.
The supply chain network may be capturing as well some type of trade credit, in the sense that maybe I'm buying some intermediate goods from you, but then I will pay you in a few months. So maybe the fact that the financial network is sparse is just driven by the fact that some of these financial network is through vertical integration and trade credit.
That's okay. Thanks. No, that's a great point. I'm jotting it down. Yeah, no, that's an excellent point. I'll have to look back in the data to see how a trade credit type of transaction would be coded. But yeah, that's definitely something that's a great point, and something that we'll look into, kind of how that would show up and the extent to which we can capture it. So yeah, thank you so much. Any other questions or comments at this point? Okay, great. Okay, so right. So sorry. So in order to think about the extent to which shocks propagate, we want to find shocks that meet these three criteria. We want the shock to be kind of prima facie idiosyncratic, so that we can kind of meaningfully think about the extent to which it propagates. We want these shocks to be, we don't exactly want them to be, but we want to identify shocks that are severe, that kind of, that impose a non-trivial kind of burden on the cash flow of the directly shocked household, so that we might kind of, reasonably expect to have statistical power to see propagation if in fact these shocks do propagate. And then of course we want these shocks to be exogenous, and I'll talk about these in turn. Okay, so the way that the shock that we are going to leverage for this purpose is going to be, as I mentioned, we're going to study health shocks, and particularly what we're going to identify is, for each household, the month in which they record the largest level of health expenditure that they record over this 14-year panel, and we'll do that for each household. We're going to exclude shocks that appear to be related to pregnancy and childbirth, because there are issues there where those shocks are not necessarily exogenous and are anticipable to some extent. So just to give you a sense that these shocks are meaningful. So here, and I apologize if this is kind of small, just have quarter by quarter information on kind of plotting health spending and per capita food consumption, and this is all centered so that the event by construction is centered on in period 1. And so I just want to draw your attention to the fact that these shocks are large. They're at least they're somewhat more than twice as large as average per capita food consumption. And then I don't think I'll have time to show you this figure, but they're correlated with self-reported health symptoms. Although for reasons that I can get into later, we're not going to use symptoms per se to kind of identify the onset of these shocks. And then I guess the last thing I'll draw your attention to in this figure is that these shocks do appear to be shocks in the sense that we don't see a particular kind of trending upward, but rather these kind of, it seems like an increase in health spending that's kind of not been tracking upward in the previous periods. Okay, so a concern, of course, that has probably occurred to all of you is that there are many ways in which experiencing a health shock is not exogenous. So the way that we are going to kind of surmount this issue and construct a valid counterfactual for the shocked households, we're going to kind of follow the spirit of identification strategy used by Fadlin and Nielsen in their 2019 AER paper, which is that we're going to compare a household shocked in some period T, that'll be our treatment group, to a demographically similar household who, looking, with our kind of power of foresight and the panel data, who will suffer a similar shock, but will suffer that shock later. Okay. And so the identifying assumption there is that we're not going to treat the occurrence or not of these shocks as exogenous, but we're going to assume, and I'll show you some exhibits to validate this later, that the timing of these shocks appears to be as good as randomly assigned. Okay, and so the way that we're going to operationalize this is that we're going to use as the placebo or as the control group households who will be shocked roughly 5 years in the future. Okay, and so as I mentioned, this is going to allow us to recover causal effects of these health shocks if those placebo shocked households serve as a valid comparison, and we'll try to validate this, or we will validate this via event study analysis. Okay, so I won't.
Just a quick question.
Yes. Oh yeah, please.
Like the control households are also not related in the network sense of the treated household. So could it be in spillovers because they are related by like labor networks or financial networks?
So that's a great question. We're not going to explicitly require that the placebo household is not linked in any way to the we're not going to explicitly require that they're not linked, since that might in and of itself kind of force us to make some kind of odd matches. Yeah, no, that's a good question. I think that I mean, one thing that I'll show you later is that I'll show you that the indirectly connected households are not going to see differential changes in their kind of net gifts and loans that they're receiving. And so, I think the indirectly connected households, are that, as I'll show you later again if I have time, households who are linked through kinship, like being linked through kinship is a predictor of being linked in these business-to-business networks. And so I think that if a kind of quantitatively important part of what was going on was that this placebo household was connected via risk-sharing links to the treated household, then we would see those households also, we would see that showing up as kind of indirect effects on gifts and loans. But I guess, I guess just another point on that, and again, I think that's a great point. To the extent that the kind of direct effect of the shock is kind of like quote bleeding through to the placebo household through gift and insurance networks, and then I think under some kind of plausible ways that would be occurring, then that would make the effects I'm going to show you lower bounds. But that's a good point, and I'll think a little bit more, try to think a little bit more systematically about that. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so I won't go in too much detail through the event steady estimating equation, but just to kind of maybe reassure you that this is a standard event steady estimating equation, where our key parameter of interest are going to be these beta tau, which are going to measure the differential change in outcomes for a treated household relative to a placebo household, tau periods before or after the shock. So for negative values of tau, we'll be looking at kind of any possible pre-period effects, and then for positive tau, we'll be looking at the post shock treatment effects.
I think they were 9 minutes away from the end.
I'm sorry.
We are 9 minutes away.
Oh, okay. I'll thank you. I'll speed up a little bit. Thank you. Thanks so much. Okay, so here is the here are those beta tau for the outcome of total health spending, and this is just showing you something similar to what I kind of to what you saw earlier. But this is just to show you that in the period prior to the shock, there's no systematic difference between the shocked households and the placebo households in terms of their health spending. And then we see this this large shock in health spending. That shock in health spending largely kind of reverts back to zero within a 6-month period. So the time periods here are going to be 6-month periods. In terms of total consumption spending, we see a similar pattern. The effect on total consumption spending is this may not be obvious until you look at the scale, is larger than the effect on total health spending, and that's reflecting kind of several factors, kind of a move from self-production, home production to market production, and also purchasing a different composition of food, spending on kind of labor to help with the shocked household and the shocked household member and so forth. Okay, then as I mentioned, these households are in fact linked through these insurance networks, and so we can see that in that when a household experiences a shock, their incoming gifts and transfers increase somewhat, but if you compare the magnitude of the kind of contemporaneous gift and transfer treatment effect with that on health spending and total consumption spending, you can see that the contemporaneous response of gifts and transfers is only about roughly half of the shock to total spending, and so that's going to create this additional financing need that households meet through disinvesting in their business. So that's what I'll show you next. So here's the figure for business spending. So again, you can see there's no differential trend in the pre-period between the shocked households and the placebo households, but then following the quarter in which the shock, or sorry, the half year in which the shock is reported, we see that business spending declines, and it remains low for the not only in the 6-month period incorporating the shock, but then the following 3 half years. So for at least a total of 2 years. We see a similar pattern with business revenues, where business revenues fall and remain low. Okay, so far I've showed you the direct effects, but then what I really want to talk about in my remaining 7 minutes or so is the extent to which these shocks propagate. So do they propagate? Okay, we want to see how the suppliers, customers, so on and so forth are affected. We're going to use 2 sources of variation. One, as before, we're going to use the timing of the shock to household J, and then we're also going to use the exposure of a household I to household J's shock, and the way that we're going to parameterize that is the pre-shock inverse distance to the shocked household. So basically, a household that has a closeness of 1 is going to be directly linked. A household that has closeness of 0 would be unconnected in the pre-shock network. Okay, so we'll estimate again a event study style specification where the beta tau are now going to tell us at a particular time period tau the differential change in an outcome that's associated with a 1 unit increase in closeness. Okay, so what? I guess I've already talked this through, so I'll skip over the identifying assumption here, but happy to talk about that later. Okay, so what do we find? So here on the left we have the effect on transactions reported by the indirectly connected households in supply chain networks. So this would be buying and selling inputs, finished goods, so on and so forth. Okay, so again, that we don't see any evidence of a differential pre-trend, and then we see that starting at the time of the shock and continuing thereafter, that these indirectly affected households experience significant and persistent declines in their transactions in supply chain networks. On the right, we document a similar pattern for transactions in the labor market. So this is buying and hiring in and providing labor. So again, we don't see a systematic differential trend in the pre-period, and then after the shocked household experiences that shock, households that are closer to it in the network experience this sustained fall in labor market transactions. Okay, so then what does this mean for kind of downstream outcomes? So here we have income and consumption, and you see the similar pattern. So pre-shock households that are more and less close to the shocked household are look relatively similar, but then after the shocked household experiences that shock, the income of those indirectly exposed households falls and stays depressed for at least this 2-year window that we follow them for here. And then finally, and then in panel B here, you see the effect on consumption. The effect on consumption you see is kind of more monotonically decreasing, which is possibly consistent with these indirectly shocked households kind of exhausting their ability to self-finance out of savings and borrowing and so forth. Okay, I won't show you this, but as I mentioned earlier to Pamela's comment, we don't see that that net incoming gifts and transfers increase to compensate for these indirectly shocked households. Okay, so I think maybe in the interest of time, I'll just go through this super quickly. So we kind of have three ways in which we can shed light on the mechanisms behind this propagation. That is why these prima facie idiosyncratic shocks propagate. One that I already alluded to is incomplete insurance markets. Part of what's going on here is that the directly shocked household is only partially insured against the shock through the local risk sharing network, and that leads them to finance the remainder of it by disinvesting in their business. Another piece of this has to do with incomplete labor markets. So we and I don't think I'll have time to click through to this, but linkages. Indirectly linked households who are linked through the labor market network as opposed to the product market network, they experience a greater extent of this indirect exposure, and that we kind of speculatively may have to do with kind of a greater role of either skill specificity or concerns about moral hazard, that make the labor market networks even more rigid than the product market. So that is, if the person who I usually work for during harvest time suffers a shock and they're not able to hire me this year, it may be more difficult and more kind of frictionful for me to find a different employer in the labor market. And then relatedly, as I've mentioned, maybe as an outcome of possible outcome of point 2, these networks are rigid. So households who we observe to transact at baseline are significantly more likely to transact even 10 years later, and being linked in the past predicts business-to-business links at time t more strongly than it does for gifts, and this is robust to controlling for kinship and for homophily in terms of things like wealth and occupation. Okay, so then in my last, I guess I have like 1 or 2 minutes, Paco, or 0 minutes?
A couple of minutes, yeah. So
okay.
To pay him back for questions before.
Okay, great, yeah, great. Okay, so then again, as I mentioned earlier, we also are interested in understanding the ways in which the structure of networks affects propagation. So we can first compare shocks to households who are more versus less central in the network, and we find that when the shocked household is more central, that's associated with larger falls in transactions, income, and consumption for the indirectly linked households. And then also leveraging the fact that we have 16 of these networks, we can show that when networks are more dense, we also see larger falls. We see a greater extent of propagation. So what does this mean? I think there are other senses in which increasing linkages among households and their firms may be beneficial. It may increase their insurance capacity, but this also appears to decrease resilience to propagation. And kind of similarly or relatedly, there's been work in the technology diffusion literature recently showing that encouraging households to link with central households or central firms can promote information diffusion, but this also may be associated with an increased likelihood of propagation. Okay, so I think I've already talked through our estimated multiplier to the extent that I have time to. So just to conclude, what I hope that I've convinced you of on this last 29 minutes, is that these prima facie idiosyncratic shocks to household endowments propagate through these village business-to-business networks. And that suggests a couple of kind of policy options that we might consider to mitigate the propagation of these shocks. One could be the expansion of insurance markets, and particularly formal insurance options such as unemployment insurance, universal basic income, so on and so forth. And then I think another interesting kind of suggestion that comes out of these findings is to think about interventions that could reduce matching frictions in the markets for goods and labor, that could in turn make these networks less rigid and make it easier for indirectly shocked households to find new transaction partners when their existing transaction partners are hit by a shock. So that's all I had. Thanks so much, and happy to hear any other comments.
Perfect. Thanks a lot, Cynthia. We have 8 minutes for discussions. So let's look at the gallery. People may raise their hand for questions.
Okay,
there's a question by Rahul Rao. Oh, and then let me give Daniel. I guess Rahul asking what's the nature of gifts in the data, in kind, cash?
Okay, yeah. So gifts as measured in the data can be in kind or cash. If the gifts are in kind, then the household is asked to estimate what they think that would have been worth. So if they get if they get meals, or if they get gifts of food or things like that, then we ask about the monetary equivalent, and that would show up similarly.
Daniel?
Hi, Cynthia.
Hi, Daniel.
Just to clarify a question. One is that you didn't mention your paper, in your talk, but I've been wondering how the business network being correlated with these transfer and the gifts networks ex ante, because I've been also wondering, maybe there's a certain element of being, I want, since you have a health shock, if I were your relatives or if I have your friends, I want to spend time helping you, helping your family and do like housework and all these things. So been wondering the kind of mechanism behind the finding you have on the upstream or like downstream impact. This is the first question. The second one is I've been also particularly curious about the downstream, which is if, I think the labor market story is very credible and convincing. I think the question is, if these households have been producing commodity, for instance, or like something like agricultural goods, why that has such a big impact on the downstream? Because I would imagine there would be like alternative competing suppliers for the downstream buyers. So it does look like the kind of distinction about what they are producing seem to matter here, and whether you can explain heterogeneity. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thanks. Those are both great questions. So okay, so the first question, let me make sure I understood it right. So was the first question about whether one mechanism through which this propagation could be occurring is that, let's say I have a health shock, and my input supplier, like they now shift to maybe like helping me for free, or spending time helping me in some direct way with that health shock. Is that kind of the
that's kind of, I know the situation in the field way less, but I guess since you emphasize trust or the friendship in terms of having these transactions, that's exactly the story. Like your suppliers could be just your friends.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So what we have done to look at that is we have looked at kind of taking our indirect effect specification and putting uncompensated labor, kind of free labor, which is something that we can measure in the data, putting that on the left-hand side. I don't think I have the table here in the slide deck, but we don't see we don't see significant changes in the time allocation of indirectly exposed households in terms of providing a free or uncompensated labor. So that, I think so, that suggests to us that that's not the primary thing that's going on. It's less clear if that would pick up, that I go and kind of like watch TV with the sick person to kind of provide them moral support or something. I'm not sure that we have as much ability to look at that. But yeah, but the fact that we don't see changes in the in the provision of uncompensated labor suggests that that's maybe at least not the first order thing that's going on. But we can think a little bit more about that. Yeah, and then to your second point about kind of why downstream propagation, right? So if I used to buy fish meal from person A, and person A now scales their business back, and I can't buy fish meal from them anymore, why is it, why what's the friction in that in that type of market? I think that's I think that it's a great question. One thing we haven't done and that we might be able to do is to compare. Maybe either to look at kind of final goods versus intermediate goods, since maybe I'm more worried about kind of like unobserved quality. If this is an intermediate, if I'm like really worried that the fish meal be the right kind for me to, feed to my to my livestock or something like that. Yeah, so that's a great suggestion. The shorter answer is I don't have a great answer for, I mean, I guess at some level the answer is, we do see this evidence of downstream propagation, but I think it's a great point that we could kind of do more with the heterogeneity in the data to kind of think about what's driving that. So yeah, thanks so much.
There's a question from Abebe. You want to ask it directly, or otherwise I can read it? Abebe says, Ambashe Ajana says, can you tell us more about how assign household between treatment control?
Oh, sorry, was that the end of the question?
You have observed household multiple periods. What would be the category of a household that face shock in some periods but not in others?
Oh, okay. So, yeah. So this is a good question. So by construction, by virtue of the way that we define these shocks, each household experiences exactly one shock, because the shock is defined as, or the shock is assigned to the month in which the household records the highest level of health spending. So in a kind of mechanical sense, we don't observe households experiencing multiple of these large shocks, and our decision in defining the shocks in that way was partly motivated. We didn't want to have like a fixed currency amount threshold, because that would make richer versus poorer households look more likely to experience these shocks. It's a little bit challenging to use the symptoms data, because a lot of households report the symptom they experience as other, and so it's a little bit challenging to know what to do with that. And then also, as regards this kind of new difference in difference literature, it's kind of more econometrically clean to have each household experience the shock only once. But that said, something that we're in the process of looking at is kind of like using some of the new methods, the Chez-Martin and Hautefeuille and other methods to incorporate other shock definitions, so that to examine the possibility that households can be shocked multiple times. But yeah, that's a great question.
So we're getting out of time, but there's a question by Marcos and Filippo that I didn't see because I was the only participant video. So I apologize for that.
Yeah, don't worry.
Go for it and maybe get a quick answer, and then
it's very quick. It's very quick. It's about the definition of the shock. So I was curious about whether you were considering to use also of the shock.
Oh, okay, to use
especially also in relative terms, so not only in absolute value, but also relative to the total income of the households. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, right. So I guess the very short answer is we haven't done that yet. Right now, the shock is just binary yes or no. But I guess the very slightly less short answer is that I completely agree that in some sense right now we're throwing information away, and as part of kind of now incorporating some of these new diff and diff methods that allow for treatment effect heterogeneity and multiple shocks, I think that kind of incorporating that information on the intensity of the shock would maybe as a fraction of pre-shock average health spending or something like that. That would be a very natural thing to do. So yeah, that's a great kind of nudge for us to incorporate that. Thanks.
Thank you.
That being said, let me thanks a lot, Cynthia. It was a great paper and a great discussion. So we probably should jump to John So I guess allow him to share.
Okay, thanks, Paco and Cynthia. And I'll talk while I switch over here. So,
I think Cynthia, you should unshare.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, there we go.
Sorry,
Perfect.
sorry.
Yeah, I haven't got the hang of the Zoom thing yet after a year and a half. So, I just want to thank the organizers, also STEG in general, for putting on so many good workshops, and also the class series. It's been fantastic for PhD students over lockdown and around here. I've heard a lot of really nice things back from the students on those. Here we go. There we go. All right, so this is joint work with Johannes, who's going to be in the chat handling questions. Thanks, Johannes, for coming in for that. And Swati Dhingra. And this paper started a long time ago. There's a few ways to look at it. I think one of the main motivations from a development perspective was thinking about kind of a microeconomic version of the Hausen, Roderick, Hidalgo kind of stuff from the mid and later 2000s, where they were looking at things like what you export matters. So the complexity of an export basket of a country would predict future growth, and also ideas about like what the product space was. So by looking at co-production of products and how many often products were co-produced across countries would give you some idea of how close they were in some kind of spatial measure. And then also business literature that looks at there's a long business literature like at co-production of different products within firms. Okay, so that's kind of an old kind of more descriptive literature without any kind of micro foundation. Now, to think about that a little bit more carefully, then in the new kind of multi-product literature that has come up with a lot richer firm data and a lot of work that a ton of great people have been working on the last 10 years, we wanted to go back to all that and combine those ideas. And to go back and do this, we actually ended up going all the way back into the 1950s to find theories of the firm. So going back to through business literature, but even back to like Penrose, 1955, we've got Stigler did some work on this. And there's this idea in that literature that successful product diversification, or the co-production of products, is an engine of corporate or firm growth. That's one of the main reasons. Now, there's lots of other theories about why firms might co-produce products. I'll touch on a couple of those later in the talk when I have something to say with some empirical results. But in the kind of literature that we zoned in on, the idea is that a firm is a bundle of capabilities, which has access to resources, and that those capabilities are hard to acquire. They're costly to acquire. And so then by acquiring them within the boundary of the firm, that's going to allow these firms to become multi-product by moving into industries that require know-how or inputs or these capabilities similar to their existing capabilities. Okay, so you kind of do something that you already know, a bit different, and then that allows a new market to be accessed by the firm. Okay, so that kind of dovetails with this idea of Husband and Roderick and so forth at the micro level. So we know a bunch of facts about multi-product firms. We know multi-product firms are bigger, engage in national trade. We know something about core competencies and their patterns of them. But what we don't know is that what makes certain products core? What are the aspects, the characteristics of products that make them be co-produced in firms? And why do firms expand into those products, or those particular products? Can we say anything about that? And we do know, this co-production literature, there is systematic co-production. You see in the US, for instance, textiles and apparel may happen in the same firm, lumber and paper, primary metal, fabricated metal, and so forth. Okay, there's lots of these kind of papers showing this, but we don't really have any kind of systematic theory of which products should happen together. So here is our kind of core explanation, and we'll touch on some other ones, but my core explanation is this graph right here. On the left-hand side, what you're looking at is patterns of co-production. So what you've got is this is going to be industry codes, about 260 industry codes from it's going to be India on the vertical and horizontal axes, and a dot is there and it's darker if this pair of products or industries are co-produced within the same firm. So you can see there's a really strong diagonal, which is something you get from IO tables, but then you get this kind of systematic pattern on the left-hand side. And then if you go up to the right-hand side, what we have is a measure of input similarity. So what is this thing? This thing says, okay, take each of those rows and columns, each one of those industries, construct an IO table from single product firms, so you know their average input expenditure pattern, and then take kind of the dot product, kind of like the correlation of the input expenditure patterns of, say, motorcycles with scooters, get that number. It's going to be pretty high for motorcycles and scooters, and that'll be darker in this graph. If you do the same thing with a motorcycle plant and a textile plant, the kind of correlation of input use is just going to be a lot lower, and that's going to be a much smaller number. Okay. Now, okay. So the co-production literature and a lot of the business co-production literature might say like, look, left-hand side, right-hand side, nice pattern, looks the same. Great, done. Have an explanation, right? Now we have to do a little bit more than that, and we're going to have an exogenous policy shock that try to convince you that this relationship is actually the right one. And we're also going to try to rule out a few competing theories. So what do we do in this paper? So, so first thing, let me get this gallery thing. Okay, so first thing is we're going to provide evidence for input-based co-production, just like the figures, using plant-level data from India. We're going to use policy variation input supply conditions to establish causality. This is a policy change that's used by Ann Harrison and some other authors in a piece. And basically what it was a removal of upstream entry barriers so that there's going to be better suppliers for downstream firms. Okay, so here is an example. This would be like the removal of entry barriers of cotton suppliers. That happens, and that's going to make cotton apparel makers more likely to expand into cotton hosiery than it makes silk apparel makers expand into silk hosiery. Okay, so right, this is really an input-based kind of explanation. So we're going to have that, and then we're going to provide a theory, okay, it's an actual micro-founded theory of multi-product firms with endogenous input capability choice. And what that's going to do is it's going to mean that firms can increase their capabilities depending on the depth of suppliers in a market, and that's going to create input linkages across industries, right? Because I invest in getting really good supplier networks, you know, for one input, well, then I'm going to be really good at using that input, and that's going to make me naturally have a comparative advantage moving into other industries intensive in that input. And then what we're going to have is these policy shocks. Let me skip this. We're going to have these policy shocks, which are basically going to deepen the market, the supplier market, and that's going to let multi-product firms increase their capabilities even further and heighten all these effects. Okay, so that's kind of the idea, that you've got a when you've got a shock which deepens the upstream supplier market, that's going to heighten the relationship of those two figures I showed you a slide ago. So what we're going to do then is we're going to have a structural estimation. We're actually going to model this process. And what's going to come out of that is that the distance for a given industry a firm might move into from its core competency is going to be measured by the input distance. Okay, it's going to be, again, kind of like that figure. And then what we're going to see is that when you have a shock, which deepens supply conditions upstream, that's going to cause firms to expand their capabilities, and that's going to mitigate this input distance. Okay, that's really the idea. Okay, so once we've got that, we can estimate the model, and then we can structurally interpret the parameters, and then we can quantify the effects of the policy. Okay, so what we're going to show with that is, first of all, that these endogenous input capabilities are going to generate this comparative advantage where firms are going to move into new industries based on this input similarity measure, and that the removal of those entry barriers was equivalent to about a 10% reduction in tariffs for that input. And then finally, what we can predict is, okay, given all these estimates and given this theory of input-based comparative advantage, well, to what extent can we predict the extensive margin of production, you know, given our estimates? And what we can do is we can predict that our model predicts that about 5.4% of the probability of a firm in any given year entering into a given industry, producing a certain industry, so at 5.4% from these forces, about 2.6% for its second highest sales category, and then down the line. Okay, so these kind of effects also kind of weaken as you go down the product. You know, the sales numbers of a firm. Why? Because, you know, they're getting away from the core competency, and so the firm might be really good at producing motorcycles, but not, you know, a little bit less good at producing scooters. Then they start producing bicycles, and by that point, all of their core capabilities aren't really very good at producing motorcycles as they good. For bicycles as they good are at producing motorcycles. Okay, 30 minutes, everyone does this. Actually, we have about 5 pages of references in the paper, so I'm sure odds are you're cited, okay? And now here's what we're gonna do. So that's the introduction. I'm gonna go, first of all, give you some reduced form results really quickly, show you the policy with the exogenous shock, give you some results there, and then jump into the structural estimation and of course conclude. Okay, so what's the data? This data set's become a lot more commonly used now. It's the annual survey of industries, basically plant level manufacturing data. We look basically through the 2000s, and the really nice thing is it has a really careful categorization of intermediate inputs used and outputs produced. Now that's at what we're kind of at the product level. What we do is we aggregate that up a bit to what we call the industry level, the 3-digit level, which is still pretty fine. You can see it here. It's say cotton fabrics, including cotton hosiery, made up articles of cotton, et cetera, et cetera. And that's mainly so that we can have enough observations to do the following. We're going to take all the single product firms. We're going to look at their input expenditure shares. And we're basically going to create a technological coefficients expenditure shares called theta bar K, where K is the industry. And then that's a vector of the input expenditure share across different inputs from 262 different other industries, okay? So we're gonna have this kind of input-output table from that structure. And then we're gonna have the input expenditure shares of an individual firm. Firm J has this vector of input expenditure shares every period, theta J. And then the core measure that we're gonna use, at least in the reduced form, is that a plant J is similar in input use to an industry K if their expenditure shares are correlated. And what is the measure here? This is what we call input similarity in this equation between firm J and industry K. And that's just this dot product of the input expenditure share, each input I for a firm J times the average input expenditure share per given industry. So again, if a firm is a motorcycle plant, those theta IJs are going to have high expenditure shares on metal, rubber, glass, something like that. And so it's going to be similar to scooters because the average expenditure shares there for scooters are quite similar. And if I look at, like, I don't know, a shoe factory, well, the input expenditure shares there are going to tend to be zero for when they're high for the motorcycle plant, and they're going to be high in other categories. So this is naturally going to mean that for every firm, it's got an input similarity for every potential industry. Okay, so we can look at that over time. And then the core spec at the very bottom here, the first thing we're going to look at is whether a firm has added a product in an industry K since last period, okay? And so the main coefficient here is beta naught. We're gonna look at this input similarity and see if the baseline input similarity for a firm the first time it's observed is gonna predict which industries that the firm's gonna add products in with a bunch of fixed effects, okay? So firm time, industry time, and a couple other ones, okay? So let me just give you the baseline spec here, okay? So you just run this regression. This is again to be your casual empiricism from those pictures I showed you. This is the correlation between the left or the right-hand side and the left-hand side, looking at the input similarity of the base year of the firm. And we see that the higher the input similarity of a firm to an industry, the more likely they are to add products in that industry. Okay, simple correlation. We control for all these fixed effects. The last firm set of fixed effects here we have in the third row is a fixed effect matrix, which says, what is the probability given your main industry of, on average, of adding another product in any other industry, K prime across. Okay, so we're even controlling for kind of co-production there over time, which you can control for a bunch of stuff, and we still see this correlation there. Okay, well, that's a great correlation. There's something in the chat, but I guess Johannes, look at that. We've got a great correlation, but we want some kind of policy shock, something exogenous to see if this is really what's going on, because lots of things could be going on. Okay, so what's a policy shock? Well, this is what was called dereservation policy. So back in the 70s, because you have a labor-rich country, which means it's a capital-poor country, right? You've got a lot of unemployed people, not a lot of capital. One of the ideas was, well, we're going to restrict the sizes of plants in terms of capital and number of employees, and hopefully that's going to create some employment. That was one of the motivations. Who knows if that was really the case back then? But certainly by the late 90s, this policy was really restrictive for firms. There's other work showing that this was not a great thing in terms of wages or employment for firms. And this cap on firm sizes were systematically removed over this period. And most of it happens in our data set. The blue line here on the graph is the number of products that are industries or products that we reserve. Green is the de-reserve total, and you can see from where our data starts. We started in the 2000s. You can see almost all of the action of dereservation, removing these upstream supply barriers is in the period. Okay, so this gets swept out. Okay, so all right, so let's go back to that last regression. Same regression. Okay, beta naught is on input similarity, but now what we're going to do is we're going to throw in the second term, which is attached to beta 1. And what we have here is this delta term, and this delta term says, okay, look, this delta is 1 when there's is going to be 1 when they got rid of these upstream restrictions. Okay, so this is when they, your firm that uses some kind of ball bearings. Ball bearings can be produced by small plants. Now, the following year, the restriction is lifted, and so anyone can become a ball bearing plant. Firms enter, they can create relationship-specific contracts, et cetera, and you have a deeper set of suppliers that the firm can buy from. Okay, so the key thing here is going to be then, do we see that this input similarity effect gets heightened? You know, what happens to that after the dereservation happens? Okay, so if that's positive, that's going to mean that this is heightening these effects. Okay, so what do we see? So we've got exactly in the first row the same kind of regression, and now we've got this input similarity dereservation term. This is the beta 1 term, and we see that indeed, as these inputs get dereserved and new suppliers can come in, this heightens this impact of input similarity. Okay, so this makes it even more likely that input similar firms are going to add products in a given industry once these inputs are dereserved. Okay, now the very last column here I want to bring in is we also then look at tariff liberalization, because you can quite imagine that as tariffs, if tariffs drop, then what you should see is that you're going to have more suppliers available, right? And this is not just a price effect. We've already got an industry time effect. This is some kind of extra effect that's saying, look, you're going to have more varieties and things like that available to you from international markets. We see that that's also significant. Okay. I also want to point out, so we did pushed on this a little bit more. One of the alternative theories of the firm is that, look, one of the reasons that firms expand into extra industries is because you've got some distressed asset and the manager just wants to like ditch it somewhere else and keep it away from the core or something like that. Well, it turns out that these effects are basically zero for small firms, and then they ramp up as firms get larger, right? So larger, more productive firms actually seem to have these forces at play even more strongly than small firms. Okay, so I'll get 2 in the chat. Should I jump in or are we good?
In principle, Johannes is around, but I'm not sure that he.
I'm typing. Sorry.
Wait.
Okay, he's on it. He's on the case. Okay, cool. I'm new to this tag team thing. Okay, great. All right, so that's the reduced form stuff. Okay, so hopefully we've got a policy experiment. It's showing you some causality, right? We've got some magnitudes on this. So then we went back. We said, okay, look, we want to actually now microfound this and try to understand what's going on. So what do we do in the theory? I won't spend much time on it, but we try to uncover the primitives of this input-based comparative advantage. So what we do is we have a theory of multi-product firms, and because they can invest in input capabilities and improve their use of inputs when there's this deeper set of suppliers, that's going to create economies of scope. Naturally, why? It's going to create economies of scope across industries that are intensive in the same inputs, right? Naturally speaking, right? It's just like a comparative advantage story. So again, what we have is in the model, we have these industry-specific production functions, which are exactly these single product input expenditure shares. We've got input linkages coming from these input capabilities. All right, so input capabilities specifically are a firm expanding its range of suppliers. Okay, so it's costly to expand your range of suppliers. It costs you some kind of firm-wide productivity costs, and then those get to be shared across all products which use that input. Okay, and so that means that they're going to be responsive to changes in supply conditions, but firms also are going to change the capabilities just depending on demand and supply conditions, right? So if there's higher demand for a certain set of products, the firms are naturally going to want to expand their portfolio towards selling more of those products, which means that's going to reconfigure their pattern of input expenditure, which means they're going to reconfigure their input capabilities. Same thing on the cost side. Okay, so firms will be constantly re-triggering their capabilities to move with market conditions. What are really good ones, right? Demand or supply is going to do this. Another one is going to be when you have removal of entry barriers or lower tariffs, because when you've got deeper input markets, that's going to increase the return to investing in capabilities because there's more suppliers out there. And so that's going to, again, heighten these kind of effects. Okay. So also in the theory, we have in the background, which I won't talk about much, but we have a model of endogenous supplier entry with limit pricing. And that basically is with some upstream linkages is gonna lead to the kind of profit shifting from suppliers that are upstream to downstream firms. Okay, and there's something you need to be careful there called Jevons paradox, whether basically this process doesn't go on forever, right? Because if suppliers get more and more efficient, they get lower and lower costs, and they pass all the profits downstream, which causes the downstream firms to expand their supply because their costs keep dropping. Well, that can go on kind of indefinitely. It actually happened in the This happened in the Victorian period with coal, because as coal, the idea was, is that coal engines got more efficient. Well, you have to use less coal, right? Because it burns, you need to burn less coal for more energy. But effectively, the price of energy dropped, and so actually the consumption of coal went through the roof, right? It became almost infinite demand for coal, right? So there we go. Okay. So what's in the theory? I know most people here, development people, I'll just spend one slide with a bunch of equations. Okay. So the key part is that there's some input prices that are that vary by varieties. Firms have capabilities of using different varieties with this distribution of prices. And so when they're kind of constructing an input, a bunch of different metal parts to be one of the inputs in the input-output table, they get a bunch of these different varieties, and they have some distribution of prices. And so then firms acquire capabilities by choosing kind of the window, the range of these different suppliers they can get. So they want to get lower price supplied, lower priced suppliers. They can do that, but it's costly in terms of productivity. So for every single input, they kind of choose a window, a range of suppliers they actually want to buy from, in exactly kind of in proportion to how much of those inputs they're using, right? So if I'm steel intensive, I want to have a bunch of steel suppliers. And if I don't use much yarn, I really don't care about having terribly good yarn suppliers because they're a tiny fraction of my cost structure, right? So something like that. And then there's a reduction in entry barriers. Does what? It increases the density of suppliers. And that means that if the firms have even more incentive to get low-cost suppliers because there's better suppliers out there. There's better deals to be out there. Okay, so you do a bunch of this stuff, and then what you get down to is this final log revenue equation, key part 4. And what this is log revenues for each firm in every industry K at time T, and then we're going to control for industry time effects, and then firm industry effects. That's going to carry a bunch of stuff like latent productivities and things like that. And then we're going to have what we call core competency, which is basically the distance of a firm's input expenditure share vector, that's theta IJT, from the input expenditure vector of a typical industry. And you can see in this form, it's exactly, that's Euclidean distance squared, okay? So input similarity here is going to become this distance term with kappa naught, and it's going to say, look, if your input expenditure vector happens to be, for instance, exactly equal to what it is for that sector. So I'm a motorcycle plant and I'm looking at making motorcycles. Well, my input expenditure share is exactly what it should be. And so this distance term is going to be 0. It's going to vanish, okay? But multi-product firms that make multiple or work in multiple industries, well, their input expenditure share vector is not going to look like any single product firm vector, right? Because it's a combination of all these different things. And so that's going to mean that they're going to have a certain distance from any potential industry. Okay, so ideally they're going to be kind of closest in their highest sale industries. This distance term will be smaller there because their input expenditures will reflect that. And the distance is going to be very higher for other industries that they're maybe not so close to. And then they're going to be incredibly far away from stuff that they would just never make, okay. So that's the kind of the structure. I can handle a bit more of that even in 10 minutes if you want to talk theory, but I just want to show you these results. Okay, so in the first line here, what we have is exactly the equivalent of the input similarity measure. Okay, this coefficient now should be negative, right? Because the further away the firm's input expenditures are from industries, then that's going to penalize them in terms of their capability or their productivity in producing those items. And the closer they are, then this is going to go away, right? So again, if I'm a single product firm, this negative term goes away, and I'm just perfectly aligned with working in this industry. Now, the other two ones are going to show the policy effects. So B here now is whether there's an entry barrier that is in place, and that's negative because if it gets removed, then it goes away. Okay, so that's going to improve the conditions for a firm and cause them to invest more in capabilities. And similarly for tariffs. Okay, if tariffs go down, that's a good thing in terms of input distance for firms. And then what can you do? So I kind of glossed over this in most of the talks, but if you're staring at this, you see that there's columns 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Well, 1 and 2 are OLS estimates. We don't have a significant coefficient on the tariffs. 3 and 4 have our IV approach, and our IV approach. There's not usually time in a short talk to go into this, but basically what we have from the theory is that we know that if you had an industry time demand shock come through, then that would tend to change the basket of stuff a firm would want to make, And as that happens, that's going to naturally change their input expenditure portfolio kind of in proportion to how much more they would produce as these demand shocks come in. And so we use that predicted change in the input expenditure shares as an instrument for this input distance, okay? Because obviously the input expenditure shares of a firm are super endogenous, right? To what potentially any kind of firm product, firm industry level shocks that are just omitted and stuff like that. And you can't sign this, you can't sign which way it's going to go either, right? There's all kinds of reasons. So those are kind of, it's our IV structure, and that gets us our estimates. And then finally, if you look at the you look at column 4, you can see that the ratio of the entry barrier coefficient to tariffs is about 10 to 1. So you get about a 10% equivalent tariff for the removal of entry barriers.
We're in the 4-minute mark, John.
4 minutes, exactly. I just checked that. Okay, great. So that's that guy. Okay, so you get all the structural model, you get this. Okay, now why drag you through this? Well, once we got the theory, okay, we can take, what we can do is we can go into those terms, and we can say, look, we have this firm industry specific comparative advantage term, kind of how close a firm is to a given industry based on these estimates. And what we can do is we can extract those parts that have to do with comparative advantage that aren't just a firm-wide fixed effect or an industry-specific fixed effect. And what they look like is, ta-da, input similarity terms again. Okay, so it's really back to the reduced form kind of estimate. But now we can structurally identify what these parameters are and what's going on. Okay, so once we take this out, what we can do is we can look at firm behavior, and we can say, okay, we've got these estimates, and we can look at firms, and on average, if we look across their different lines of production, so we rank their industries they're in by sales, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, going down the rows, and we can say, okay, so in their core industry 1, how much of the probability of a firm producing in that industry in a given period of time is predicted by this comparative advantage term? And right there on average, you see it's about 5%. And then that drops down to 2.6% for the second most, 1.7, and down the road, it kind of decays, right? Because as you can tell, the number of multi-product firms, or the number of products of multi-product firms, decays also, right? It's a stylized fact of how multi-firm production works. And also, as firms get more and more into further and further industries, right? We know that this core competency effect should be attenuated because the input distance is going to get further and further away from their core amount. Okay. Is this really big? Well, if you weight these, okay, by the size of an average single product firm, okay, because obviously these effects are, we're just looking across the numbers we're just looking across any kind of firm, but obviously the firms that are producing, 7 in 7 industries are much larger than the firms that are producing in 2 industries, or certainly in 1 industry. So if you weight that, you get some numbers as big as, say, 47%. So if you, in terms of the first column, okay, so you can predict a lot of the revenue, the extensive margin times revenues is actually pretty big. Okay, so in terms of activity, these effects are not too small. What else can you do? Okay, now you can do this. I just love this. Jonas made this thing originally. I thought it was just fantastic. So what you can also do is you look at some specific examples. Okay, so what does this theory then ultimately do? Let's say you look at fruit and vegetable juices. That's industry 135, and then you say, okay, I've got a plant that's producing in fruit and vegetable juices its main product. Now, what is the probability that it's going to produce in edible fruits and nuts and edible vegetables? That's 8.5%. Versus soft drinks and mineral water, 0.6%. Now, what does that tell you? Well, that's really a common input story, right? Because it's not the fact that I have I've got access to some kind of juice bottling plant or a juice box thing or whatever that makes me then also move into soft drinks and mineral water. It's the fact that I'm using fruits and vegetables as input that also makes me more likely to be also producing in edible fruits and nuts. Okay, similar story, animal oils and fats. We're going to do other animal stuff rather than vegetable oils, and leather bags and purses, same thing, right? So these are obviously cherry picks, but this exactly gets across what the idea is. Okay, I think I'm just at time. So I'm just going to
1 minute or less.
1 minute or less, yes. Okay, so I've got a couple of the results we've put in the paper since then with the further growth after firms enter and some alternative explanations. But let me give you this one really quickly. Okay, so in terms of quantifying these effects, how important are these effects? Well, I want to show you 2 comparisons. So again, on these 2 graphs, the yellow curves is a kernel density plot of these comparative advantage terms for the firm. Now, the left-hand plot looks at industry pair means. Okay, so it looks at these fixed effects, basically of the probability of products being co-produced. Like, in other words, if I look at the probability of the second product being produced given the first product, I can get a probability that that's going to happen conditional on the first product. That is the, no, that's not this graph, sorry. So yeah, the yellow ones are just the raw probabilities of co-production of two industries. And so that's the blue, and the yellow is the comparative advantage term. They're about the same. So that's why I'm getting mixed up. Now, the right-hand figure, what we've got is, again, these comparative advantage terms, and then we've got these firm industry raw effects. So if I just get the average effects of industry time shifters over time, and I put those fixed effects here in blue, you can see that the comparative advantage terms, are definitely smaller, but they're a pretty appreciable part of even what you might think of as industry time effects in terms of changing firms' extensive margin of production. Okay, so in both cases, you can see these effects are pretty important. So co-production on the left-hand side and industry year effects on the right-hand side. Okay, so what have we shown? So hopefully I've convinced you that input capabilities determine the comparative advantage of firms, or at least they're really important quantitatively and in terms of the, all the kind of causal effects. We've got micro evidence for supply side pro-competitive policy upstream in input markets. That then goes into input capabilities for firms, which they adapt, and that ultimately shifts production patterns. And then finally, when we estimate the structural relationship from this, we find that the tariff equivalent of this dereservation policy was about 10%. The comparative input-based comparative advantage predicts for the core industry of a firm that they're going to be the probability of them producing it is going to be about 5%, that we can explain from this comparative advantage effect. And also, finally, we have nailed down which industries are core for a multi-product firm from this model, okay, from this kind of input stance. Okay, so I'm right at time there, hopefully, or slightly over. Apologies.
Perfect.
So,
thank you, John. There was a few questions, 3 questions in the chat that Johannes answered.
Any highlights, Johannes?
Any questions? Raise your hands. Any follow-up from the question do you ask? Feel free to raise your hands, and otherwise we have Daniel.
Oh, hey, Daniel.
Hi, John. Great presentation. Really fascinating idea. So I just have one clarifying question. Comparative advantage usually in trades being thinking about as like fundamental productivity differences. Through the lens of a structural model, seems like there's also multiple things entering, like these tariff and like barriers or these distortions. Maybe I missed it in your quantitative analysis. Can you give us an idea about, like, if you're thinking about the decomposition, like in the CA measure you recover, what fraction of that could be explained by the fundamental technology versus these kind of barrier distortion-based measures?
Yeah,
just curious to know.
Yeah, that's a great question. Yes, let me come back to here. Let me come back here. So exactly. So let me show you this estimating. I kind of glossed over that. So if you look at this revenue equation, this is kind of the core one from the theory, right? So there's comparative advantage in a couple senses. There's kind of Ricardian comparative advantage versus technological differences. Let me see if I can get the grid so I can see your face. There we go. Yeah, so there's that kind of Ricardian comparative advantage, and there's also kind of the endowment-based ones, like the Heckscher-Ohlin ones, right? So I've got an endowment which changes factor prices, so then changes my cost structure, so which would operate just like a Ricardian productivity difference, right? And so what I guess I was trying to show in the second to last graph is that in terms of industry time shifters, if you look at those guys, the comparative advantage effects are something like half or 40% of those, depending on how you want to quantify this distribution. But if you look at this equation here, so kappa JK, what that's hiding in there is that we have every firm has a type, and it has exactly a firm industry productivity, which would be exactly like the kind of productivity, if I'm understanding you correctly, right, that the firm has. And so we have that as a fixed effect. We take that out. So that's kind of latent in there, and we haven't tried to actually quantify that distribution versus the comparative advantage effect. If we look at industry time, because that's what people kind of look at, or at co-production patterns, I guess we could do that, although I guess we absorb them with like these fixed effect absorb estimators. So we'd have to try to, I don't think we could identify all of them actually. Johannes, do you have any read on that one? They're not strictly identified most of the time, right? They're kind of ancillary parameters.
Yeah, I mean, what you can do is effectively what we're doing in the picture that John showed, so these kernel density plots. I mean, we can take the unconditional averages and compare them, for instance. My sense is that they're going to be like, they're going to have a very wide distribution. But yeah, so in some ways, some of it is exogenous, right? So some of these terms are exogenous. These are the kappa JKs. And then we have these endogenous things that are also driven by market conditions and policy and kind of stuff.
Yeah. Actually, what I was proposing was much easier than, you've already, just back to the equation, thinking about all these dummies, thinking about R square, what's the R square being explained by these things versus the policy related ones. I was just asking for a decomposition and just
right, for the R square, yeah. I mean,
yeah, because your title is comparative advantage. I think you have a very neat idea, and part of that is being like driven by policy. So just been wondering that.
The policy in this case, for the entry barrier ones, the R square is going to be really small, just because it's in terms of the treatment is kind of there, but it doesn't have huge coverage over the economy. So it's like a really strong treatment. It's really specific on certain firms because we're really looking within firm. So on those, it's pretty good, but the overall like macro level effect, not so huge. So tariffs are probably bigger. In fact, I don't think we've looked at that. The other thing is that with all these fixed effects, and that's why actually, so this graph is kind of hiding something. So if you look at the right-hand picture, the distribution of, this is just the industry time simple averages, because when you have all these high dimensional fixed effects, right? Like, you got to fix so many things to pick a choice. So we were just like, okay, let's just pick the average, right? There is our stance, because it's too hard to know what the right normalization is. But thank you, yeah.
Can I just add to that? I think, so in that sense, I mean, we would probably say that, okay, even these endogenous terms, they don't explain a huge amount of the variation that we see in the production patterns. But still, if you take this quantification from the structural model seriously, it still shifts the costs of producing by a couple of percentage points, right? And that's something that is not, it's not tiny either, right?
Okay, Marcus.
Hi, yeah, that's very interesting. I had a question in the chat already, and Johannes answered that. So I was wondering about another thing. So suppose you have kind of several similar firms, right? And you wanted to look at which of them is more likely to move into like a certain related industry, right? Have you looked at whether there's anything about this firm attributes, its input mix or whatever that can forecast that? So this is something about the nature of multi-product firms, I guess, and something that maybe you could capture in your data here that people haven't looked at that much.
Yeah, thanks. So that's a great. Actually, I was thinking about the previous paper where there was that timing assumption I wrote down the paper, right? So I guess the game you can play there is you've got two similar firms, and then you get the variation off the timing of the effect, right? Somehow. In our case, the thing is the dereservation kind of hits all firms at once, right? But yeah, I think you could probably look at some other features like that. Originally, we were thinking of doing that and just looking at single product firms and saying like, what makes you become a multi-product firm in the first place, right? I think that's just that's a naturally interesting question. But what I guess we kind of settled on for data balance reasons was if we just look at the extensive margin, and so we've just got ones and zeros whether you're producing, then we suddenly have a balanced panel, and that made our life so much easier for selection problems, because also the sample, the SMEs are only sampled about 2 out of every 5 years. And so we were just getting the large firms. And they're already multi-product, right? So, but that's, yeah, I think on another data set, that would be really cool to do.
Perfect. I guess we are done with the formal part of this session, but we have 10 minutes of break, so feel free to continue discussion. And actually, I will continue discussion with a question to the author in the last paper. So, if you want to be thinking of further microfoundation, this co-production, the input similarity, one story you can think of is the reason why I will go in similar input is maybe because they have already no cheap suppliers for those inputs. So that That would be one story I can think of.
So like you kind of have a good lead already, and so then you're making the thing, and then it's like an accident history.
Yeah,
story.
so I already searched for. I have already my network of cheap suppliers of those inputs, and then I will tend to have low cost related to a random firm. Is that the story that one should be thinking about? Should we think about other stories? What is your preferred story?
I think that's a really interesting, because I guess from the stance of the theory, it is almost like there's some intrinsic thing in the background that would be like in the JK effects that Daniel's saying, right? For whatever reason, you just happen to have this starting advantage, right? And then it's just going to spur, and especially if you think there's any kind of learning with suppliers. I think that's something I wanted to say. If anyone has linkage data, exchange linkage data, there's some good stuff in the paper you could test that we could look at, right? Exactly, stuff like that. Like, so how does this? Okay, if that's the story, yeah, is it like that, right? You start with one, and then when this happens, all the guys who are already in the market, are they the ones who get all the impact, right? So their heterogeneity is on the well-supplied guys in the first place. I guess that's what you're saying, yeah.
So
I've been wondering.
Quality differences could also be an explanation. Some suppliers provide very high quality inputs, or it could be you have your workers are very good at handling particular inputs. You have invested into the skills associated with certain inputs and so on. So there are different explanations. I think disentangling them would be super interesting.
The theory will be more of a reduced form that the distance matter for your productivity, if I'm correct. I mean, I haven't dived too deeply into the theory.
Exactly. So it's cost shifters associated with the use of particular inputs. That's kind of what we're.
There's something in the technology that have a.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's basically it's a cost as you kind of get away from your core. It's like a TFP cost. So as you can have like a span of control model. But actually, no, something that also reminds me. So I gave this talk in Glasgow, and for some reason I got this crowd of like engineers and stuff. I don't know why, but one of the guys said he's actually, the way it works, because he used to do all this stuff. He's like an industrial engineer. The way that this stuff works is when we had to make a new product was you have a catalog. You have this big catalog, and it's got a bunch of parts, and you're like, these parts work together, and basically you just go through, and then that's what determines what you can do, right? So it was almost like you have like you have to have stuff that's interoperable with your machinery and then what you got, and that's like the first step before they do any product development. So that kind of dovetails with that.
I guess that's different from a search, but it's sort of
yeah, exactly. It's just like a menu, you said. So.
Thanks everyone for all the questions.
Perfect.
Yeah, thanks a lot. It's also super cool to be in a session with a paper by Robert Townsend. I really like this. That stuff really influenced me in grad school, and I had like
a question to Cynthia, but I don't know if Cynthia's around. I guess.
Say again?
No, I had also a question for Cynthia, but
yeah. Oh, maybe she's on coffee break.
Yeah.
So John and Johannes, maybe since there's a moment, let me ask you something. So I have like sort of a question, but I can't really figure out how to ask this properly. But like what you did reminded me of this stuff that like this Ricardo Hausmann and his people are doing. They have this thing where they sort of map out how they like think that an economy moves sort of through different industries, and then they argue that there's sort of a good path, like of structural change, and there's some industries that get stuck. And what's cool is that you do that at the firm level, but this relationship to the aggregate and sort of the industrial changes that take place and that don't take place are actually quite interesting. But I can't figure out how to ask the question properly. But the link is interesting there.
Yeah, I think no, that's definitely. Actually, let me show you one since we got time. I'll show you one more. I'm gonna show you one more table. So we tried to get a little bit of that, but I think you could write a whole. You could really, I mean, with this kind of data, with the Danish or the Columbia, whatever, you could really look at exactly some of those themes that those guys were looking at, right? So we did try to push this a little bit further on this. Let me show you this guy. So one question would be, all right, look, if that story is true, right? So that the firms, firms that they're moving into an industry, and they're not just moving into this input similar just because they can. They're also forward-looking, and they're doing it because their story is also moving into high value-added stuff, right? So if you're like, their idea is you're in the product space, and if you happen to be close to a high value added area, and then because you're going to move, the only place you can move is there anyway. So it happens to be high value added, then you're going to grow and succeed. And if you're stuck in some corner, which is like sawdust production or whatever, like forget it, So So here's the table. This kind of tries to look at this, and we say, like, look, okay, now post entering an industry, is it the case then that input similarity increases your growth rate post entry, right? And then, in fact, it is true. It's exactly true. And in fact, again, removing entry barriers heightens that growth effect, and removing tariff barriers heightens that growth effect. So if you want to tell like a increased inputs, higher quality input story, not only lets you move into new products, but moves into higher value added growth products, that is like the bottom right corner of that regression. So I think that's right on, but I think there's probably a whole nother paper to go in there and say, how does the aggregate process work, right? Not just within firms. But yeah, well, thanks.
Okay, I'm gonna pass the baton to Ezra for the next couple of papers.
Thanks, Paco.
All right, let's start back up again. Next presentation is going to be Daniel Zhu. Take it away.
All right, thanks so much. I want to thank the organizers for getting our paper on the program. And I think I'm the only presenter here, so feel free to jump in with any questions from the audience. I'm going to talk about the regulating conglomerates in China. It's about energy conservation. And so basically, everyone could see in the news these days, the kind of like green energy problem and kind of energy conservation has been at the center of the world, political negotiation these days. And if you look at the trend of the energy consumption by country over the past decade or so, as you can see, China's been growing a lot since the accession into WTO and the transformation into the world manufacturing base. It has more energy consumption than EU, US, and the other emerging economies, for instance, India combined. What we're going to study in this paper, we're going to use this case study of a very large and important energy conservation program in China, which is called Top 1000 program, which restrict the energy use of the very large manufacturing firms. The regulated firms are essentially major energy users in China. They account for almost 47% of the industry energy in the whole manufacturing sector, and almost a third of the total economy. So the goal of the regulation is to reduce energy use by around 100 million tons of coal equivalent. And meanwhile, the government was hoping that the firms can actually achieve that goal by improve their energy efficiency. So what is the kind of interesting part of this regulation is that it focuses on very much, as you can imagine, energy-intensive manufacturing industries like iron, steel, electric power, chemical material, and so on. And since these are very large manufacturing firms, they are also often part of a much larger business network. On average, these firms, they will have around 2.5 related firms, even in narrowly defined manufacturing industries. And if you look at like broader manufacturing industries, they have 4 related firms in our data. So a very natural question is to ask, how do these, what do we call conglomerates, respond to these regulations? Do these regulated firms respond to really improve their efficiency as a government hoped for, or they just reduce their output? Do these conglomerates, given that they have so many athletes, actually try to shift their production to the unregulated firms in their ownership networks? And then, given that, what is the energy cost to these regulated firms? What is shadow cost of these regulations? And do this ability to potentially shift the production within conglomerate actually lower the regulation cost? And finally, through the lens of model, we're also going to ask, what is going to be the aggregate effect of these policies? How large are these conglomerate leakage and then the market leakage, meaning that, through the market competition, the other non-regulated firms, non-related firms will also respond. How large are these kind of leakages, and how does that affect the policy goals that the government could potentially achieve? And once you take everything into account, what is going to be the implied trade-off of output versus the social cost of carbon facing this kind of regulation? And we also think about policy design in terms of kind of information on these conglomerate networks actually improve the energy regulation itself. Okay, so these are the 3 research questions we try to answer using our paper. I've been already talked about the kind of scope of this energy saving program. Just it is huge, and it is one part of the 11 5-year plan of the Chinese government. The reason the government implement this very large scale regulation is because they want to reduce the energy consumption by GDP by almost 20%. So that was a very ambitious goal. While they were implementing this policy, what's going on is that it's going to negotiate these energy use target with each individual of these 1,000 firms, and then the local government officials will be responsible for the implementation of this regulation to make sure the firm will achieve these energy use targets. And given the fact that there's this one vote veto system, meaning that if you do not achieve that, then the government official cannot be promoted or cannot even get their yen bonus, will have a bad evaluation. The government official at the local level give a lot of pressure to these firms. So at the end, 98% of these firms reach their target even earlier than what the government has actually asked them for. Okay, so the compliance rate, in fact, of these firms turns out to be very, very high, 98% of that, and there are also detailed audits of that. So the enforcement turns out to be relatively well. And because in the perceived success of this top 1,000 program, government actually scale up the scope of this program in the next 5 years. So in the next 5 years, going from 2012 to 2015, they actually scale this up to almost 10,000 firms, and they call this top 10,000 energy saving program. This is not something we're actually going to study in our paper, but the nice part is these firms which belong to the top 10,000, but not regulated by the top 1,000. Think about Cynthia's control group. In terms of they experience health shock later. It's very much similar idea. These top 10,000 firms could actually acting as a control group because they are also similarly energy intensive, belonging to these large, heavy manufacturing industries. We're going to use as our control group to think about the impact of these policies. Of course, I want to defer this later, but just to give you the idea of when we were conducting this different analysis, very much the similar concerns that Pamela raised to Cynthia actually work here, which is essentially you think about the Satava assumption was violated, right? So there's the stable unit treatment value assumption, because our treatment group are the regulated firms, but our control firms are the ones that actually they were not regulated, but meanwhile they could be subject to market spillovers. And so in some way, we're going to show you different diff, but we're going to interpret these different diffs through the lens of our model later, and I'm going to decompose these different diff estimates through the lens of model and tell you, how much is coming from the response by the treated firm and how much been coming from the response by our control firms. Okay, but let me first just show you the baseline DID approach specification. So as I already mentioned, our control firm will be these top 10,000 firms, and our treated firm will be these top 1,000 firms. This is a fairly straightforward DID specification here. So we're going to control for industry year fixed effect, province year fixed effect, and also the firm fixed effect. Right? Essentially, you'll be comparing the change of the energy use and output by the regulated firm compared with these control firms. And as you can see, there's a pretty much a strong response by the regulated firms. Their energy reduced by around 15.6%, the output reduced by 20%. Interestingly, that they didn't really do the things that government hoped them to do. If you think about energy efficiency, barely there was not much change. Basically these regulated firms comply with the government regulation by reducing their output. Okay, so and along the way, the energy actually came down. If you take this number at face value, by the way, and then you can immediately calculate the regular firms actually reduce their energy use by around 12 to 16%, depending on the specification of the regression. That's around 100 million tons of co-equivalent. And so at face value, they really achieved what the government asked them to do. That's exactly the government program target. Okay, but add the output loss. But later, through the lens of the model and by taking into account these spillovers, obviously this number will change. Okay. So now the second question is, how did these conglomerates respond? These are the regulated firms, and how do these conglomerates respond? Do they actually shift things around? So to do that, we do have to use another data, which is going to be the business registration data in China, and we have to identify 4 different types of business relationships. The first type is very straightforward, which is business affiliate, meaning that if in each example, the blue is going to be the regulated firms, and the green will be the related firms. Okay, so if the firm is a parent firm of each of these related firms, these are basically affiliates, and the firms can also be rated through the investment relationships. The blue one is a large cement firm, and it's going to be related to all these three firms who are owned either partially or wholly by this firm. And we're going to restrict the ownership relationship to around 25% of the ownership and 2 investment levels. But we'll show you later in our paper that this is very robust. We can change this number all the way to 60% and change this number all the way to 6 levels of investment. And the results do not really change based on these definitions. And obviously, if we flip these relationships and thinking about the kind of upstream, which is you can think about, if you have a regular firms, they have shareholders, and you also have somebody who share the same shareholder with you, and these are all both related firms. Okay, so once we define these related firms, we're going to do another definition, which is we want these related firms to be in the same 4-digit manufacturing industry as the regulated firms. The reason is very simple. If you think about, if I want to shift my production capacity around, I would better have somebody who has share very similar technology as I have. As a cement firm, it's really not easy for me to shift the output to another steel and iron affiliates. So we want these related firms to be all in the same 4-digit industry. But meanwhile, interestingly, you can use the other related firms, which still in your network, but in the other industry, not in the same 4-digit industry, as a placebo group. And I will show you, our result actually turns out to be interesting for this placebo group. Okay, so here we're going to do a second set of analysis. We will be looking at the outcome of those firms who are unregulated, but are related to the regular firms through these ownership networks. Okay, so and then we'll be then compare these firms to a control group of firms who are basically of very similar size and also within the same 4-digit industries. And then now let's look at what their outcome looks like. So basically what you can see here is that if you were related to a regular firms, then compared to the control group, these related firms' output actually increased by around 12%. Okay, there's no change of their energy efficiency. And a very reassuring thing is that if we look at the other rated firm but not belong to the same 4-digit industry, what we find the actions is pretty much 0. So here, this is indicating that the firms rated firms, the regular firms related party actually does increase their output in response to the output loss by the large regulated firms. Okay, and but in terms of interpreting of the magnitude, you might remember that the regular firms has an output reduction of around like 16 to 20%. Here we have 12%. But you should remember that these rated firms are actually much smaller than these top 1,000 firms, right? So if you think about each of them actually basically have an increase of their output, that's still not sufficient to compensate for the total output loss by these top 1,000 firms. They can compensate for around like 40% in terms of the magnitude. So the conglomerate can avoid significant part of the regulation, but this is incomplete. So they still face shadow costs of the regulation in terms of their production. And finally, we'll just show you one more evidence, which is coming from the so-called market spillover, because this is a very standard in the environmental and energy literature, people thinking about market leakages, right? So if you were in a market and if these very big guys, the largest guys actually got regulated, they obviously would imagine that the market price would adjust, and any of the unregulated, even they were unrelated to these firms, they will actually benefit. So this is a specification now we were thinking about at the industry level. We're comparing industries who had a lot of these top 1,000 energy saving target firms. And we look at their total share of output relative to, of the energy relative to the total energy consumption of that specific industry in the pre-regulation years. And we're comparing the non-regulated firms in a heavily regulated industry versus a non-regulated industry, essentially, right? By thinking about this event study. And in fact, we still find there's a solid evidence that even you were not regulated or not related to these regulated firms, if you were in a heavily regulated industry, these firms, the unregulated firms' output also increased by 7 to 8%. Of course, these tend to be the kind of smaller firms at the end of the day, but they do benefit from the general market, basically the general market price effect out of that, right? So combine all these original evidence, what are the takeaways? Regulated firms cut the output instead of improve their efficiency, right? The conglomerates will shift the production to their related parties, and unregulated firms benefit from these regulations too. The reduced form analysis is useful, but it does have its limit. First of all, as I already mentioned, interpreting these kind of different in the presence of conglomerate and market spillovers, we do need a model. Through the Landscape model, we could interpret that. And then we also need a model to tell us about, what's the shadow cost of the regulation and what is going to be the aggregate trade-offs, right? And then finally, a model also can help us to look at what's the effect of different regulations. So that's where we'll be moving towards. We're not going to have a complicated model, but this is a model possibly sufficient to achieve our purpose. We will have a pretty standard. Yeah, question?
Yeah, can I have just like a quick question?
Sure,
so is it like can you clarify, like, is it shifting, like the conglomerate is shifting, or is it like because demand cannot be met, it's just like all the other tiny firms that are like for the industries will increase their production?
Yeah, the second channel is what we call the market spillover, right? So all the smaller firms in the same industry, they're going to benefit. This is the market spillover, but even they don't belong to the same ownership network of these regular firms. The shifting is happening within the ownership network, and the difference is that these firms, they were doing a joint profit maximization problem. So essentially, the regulation is going to it's going to affect the output. Basically, it's putting a hard kind of capacity limit. The model will actually make it very clear, which is you can only consume this amount of energy, right? And then there's a large shadow cost, and then because the shadow costs are larger, you're gonna within this joint profit maximization problem, you're gonna reshuffle your input and output allocation, and that's what we call the conglomerate spill. It's different from conceptually from the benefit coming from just higher market price. Okay. All right. Okay. Let me just get back to the model here. We're going to have the firm using capital and the labor, and also using energy, right? So and then to make things easy, but this is also pretty standard. We think about energy and variable inputs as just like a Leontief aggregator, and new is going to be the energy efficiency level. And essentially, the regulation is going to impose restrictions on the energy use, and similarly, going to affect the use of these variable inputs. Okay, and we have a decreasing return to scale production function where this alpha is going to be smaller than 1 to generate non-degenerate size distribution essentially, and this is basically a Cobb-Douglas production function, and with the core competence of any conglomerate to be 5. Which is not log normally distributed. Then we're adding this delta term, which is what we think about is going to be just basically this delta is going to govern the knowledge depreciation within the conglomerate. The reason we include this delta is because if we look at the relative size distribution within each conglomerate in our data, based on the rank, it depreciates extremely quickly, right? So this is the top firm, and the second largest firm usually is only like 30% of the top firm, and then if you move down one more, there's a geometric depreciation pattern that's going to capture by this delta term here, and we do allow for in our paper's extended version, we do allow for the conglomerate's output to be imperfectly substitutable with each other, but today in the presentation to make everything clear, we just make the assumption that this elasticity, basically we just make them perfectly substitutable with each other within the same conglomerate. Okay, so the demand side is pretty straightforward. Think about like a closed economy Mattis model or like static Hoppenheim model, whatever you want to call it. You just have like a CES demand for differentiated varieties, But the important thing is like, there's industry aggregate price is going to enter here. One thing that we want to include is some kind of fixed cost, because if you look at the output of the largest firm in the conglomerate, like the top firm in the conglomerate, the number of athletes within the conglomerate is going to be strictly increasing in that. So our assumption is that the conglomerate size increase with output of the largest firm, and it's effectively we're going to set up a fixed cost of setting up the conglomerate, setting up the athletes within the conglomerate, and there's a long run free entry condition. Okay, so that's pretty much the model. But I think the meat of that is in terms of the joint profit maximization problem. Interesting, given this specific setup, the first order condition before regulation is pretty straightforward. Basically what you're going to do is within conglomerate, you're going to allocate your input and output just based on this knowledge depreciation term delta. Okay, and in terms of total conglomerate profit, it does depend on your core productivity phi as well as the non-depreciated knowledge term, which we call delta n. And all the conglomerate will basically just choose the optimal number of athletes based on your core productivity, all right? And this fixed cost. The more interesting part is thinking about what's going to come along if you have these regulation. The regulation basically is going to regulate the energy use, right? And effectively, because of the Leontief assumption, the input use of the largest member of this conglomerate. So setting a CASI, which is going to be the cap of your total energy use. And what this does is that if you look at the first order condition of the input use of each member, it basically actually just putting a shadow cost into the first order condition of this usage. And you can think about that here, there's a market demand effect, right, for each of these athletes, including the top one. There's a residual revenue effect, which is going to be, I will actually spend some effort on to actually explain later. And there's a marginal product of your inputs. So compare with the non-distorted case, there is a within conglomerate distortion, because now here, what's going on is that the shadow cost of the regulation is going to enter into the top firm's first order condition, right? So you are essentially making the production cost, marginal cost, to produce in the top firm to be more expensive. That's going to determine the within conglomerate shifting. That's what we call the conglomerate spillovers. Okay, and obviously, then this is going to make the output of the whole conglomerate to be smaller. Based on, this is comparing the output of the post-regulation versus the pre-regulation, right? This CASI Q is going to be summarizing the output reduction induced by regulation of the whole conglomerate. And if you feed this into the general, so I would call that industry equilibrium, because the wage is exogenous. If you feed that into the industry equilibrium, in fact, in our paper, we prove that you can really reduce this to a nonlinear equation of the industry price, and with the first part to be contributed by the non-related and the non-regulated firms, and the second part contributed by the regulated conglomerates, right? Because the conglomerates have a output reduction, you would expect the industry price to be going up, will be further affecting the output of the non-regulated and non-regulated firms. And these things is going to be just a fixed point and determine the new industry price, which generally will be larger. Okay? So that basically summarizes the prediction of the model in terms of the equilibrium. The implication here is that the regulated firm will shrink due to the input quota. The unregulated firms within the same conglomerate will expand, both because of within conglomerate substitution and the market spillover. And other firms will also expand through the market spillover terms, right? So here, we are going to just take the model to the data using the data pre-regulation. So we're going to use the data coming from the Chinese manufacturing census in the year 2004 and estimate this energy, estimate this efficient depreciation term, the dispersion of the ability of the firms, as well as the entry cost, okay? And we will then try to take the model to the same experiment and to see whether we can replicate the same amount of BID that we've documented in the reduced form, right? So what are the moments we're going to hit here? The pre-regulation moments are pretty straightforward. We're gonna basically target the share of firms within each sales category, as well as the share output accounted for by each sales category, and we're also going to target the relative output within the conglomerate. Okay, and these will identify these three key parameters for us. Then we're going to impose the same regulation, like just like in the real policy. Okay, in the real policy, basically the government putting a 20% reduction of input quota on each regulated firm. We're going to do that exactly the same in our model, and then we'll rerun the DID using our models, simulated data. As you can see, the model basically were having no problem of replicating the impact on the regular firms, which is trivial, because we impose the same restriction. But I think what's more interestingly is that we were able to actually get the response coming from the related firms and the market spillover, as well as the within conglomerates spillovers. Okay, so given these kind of external validation exercise provide external credibility to our model, let me actually also tell you a little bit about these how do we decompose these out of sample predictions through the lens of model. As I already mentioned, right? So this is a number we obtain from a simple DID. If you run a reduced form, you're going to get the relative to the control firm, the treatment firm actually have a reduction of 20%. But through the lens of model, as you can see, both the treated and the control firm, they respond to this policy, right? So for the treated firm, which are the regular firms, their within conglomerate shift reduce their output by around 12.9%, and they also reduce their across conglomerate. They are getting smaller. That reduced them by like 3.7%, and the market effect, in fact, raised the price such that they raised their output by around 2.6%. The control firms, since they're not related, they don't have any within conglomerate shifting, but there is market effect, right? They got benefited because the conglomerate lose output, and they got relocated to these control firms. So they actually increased by 3.9% and respectively, and benefited from the same market spillover effect. So if you look at the difference between these two set of firms, that's what the DID you actually obtain, right? So that actually gives us the kind of tells us exactly the value of the model, which is even the kind of like the favorite reduced form condition that CEPR is not satisfied. Aided with a model, we can still interpret the DID estimate in an equivalent framework, right? So okay, so I'm not gonna, because time limit, I'm not gonna explain the rest of the numbers, but they are of very similar flavors. Let me just jump into some of the prediction of the model. One thing that you might be interested in, we want to quantify is that how does that compare with like these regulation? The natural benchmark is to thinking about the carbon tax, right? What if I want to do something, if I directly tax it versus I put in the regulation? Turns out the shadow cost of regulation is having around like 8%, increase the input cost by the regular firm by around 8%. So that's pretty substantial. But if you think about what if they cannot really reshuffle their inputs within the conglomerate? What if they're not allowed to do that? That will further push up their shadow cost to around 11%. On the other hand, if you change to a regime by telling the whole conglomerate that you will be just set as a whole conglomerate, you have to satisfy certain energy goal rather than a single firm. This is going to, this is basically going to be alleviating the within conglomerate input distortion, and that will reduce your shadow cost to around 6%. Okay, and when we were looking at the comparison of this regulating conglomerate regime versus a carbon tax, they almost overlap on each other. Okay, so which is indicating that having a regime that is thinking about regulating conglomerate and eliminate the within conglomerate distortion turns out to be important. Okay, so within final, I guess within the final 5 minutes.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Sorry, 2 minutes. That's sufficient. I'm going to talk about the kind of trade-off at the aggregate, right? Think about the welfare evaluations here. The kind of usual industry equilibrium model will be look at R over P, right? This is going to give you basically this is the kind of key yardstick. Price indices will actually give us, because this is like a partial equilibrium model with not endogenous wage, so the price will be the key. But here, one additional component which we'll think about is actually emission, right? So the trade-off is exactly coming from that is like how much I'm willing to sacrifice the price of this industry versus how much emission reduction I'll be able to get. So we will be basically translating this policy implication into the social cost of what type of social cost of carbon you will need to be able to make this break even. Okay, we know that I'm going to lose some output, but I will benefiting from like less carbon emission because of the kind of reduction of the energy usage. So first just give you a baseline prediction. In this top 1,000 program, government target to reduce the energy by 100 million ton coal equivalent. After conglomerate spillover, once you take that into account, actually energy goes down by like 60 million ton coal equivalent. And after the market spillover, it goes down by 48 million ton coal equivalent, right? So that background of calculation to say is like account for these spillovers is actually really, really important to think of aggregate implications. Here, what we have is that the energy reduction is around 4%, but you also have a loss of output, which is like an increase of price indices by around 3.6%. If you map that into the social cost of carbon, that's around $160. It is pretty high. If you think about the U.S. Biden administration, they were thinking about $51. Okay, but also there are also higher numbers. Some EU countries thinking about $210, but this is still among the higher range. And the final thing I want to say is that what if you actually change to a regime that you actually regulate conglomerate rather than regulate individual heavy energy usage firms? If the government can utilize this business network data themselves and give a target to the conglomerate, they can improve basically their social cost of carbon to around like $152. And in other words, with the same, if we look at line here, with the same price increase, okay, and that they could actually further lower the energy use of these manufacturing firms by around 10%, which is equivalent to around 5 million ton coal equivalent. Of course, you have to monitor more firms, right? There's a small increase in administration costs. Instead of 1,000, you are looking at 3,500 firms, but hopefully that's actually worth it, right? Okay, so here let me just conclude. I think hopefully we convince you that there is this very important equilibrium effect you might want to consider in these kind of energy regulation regimes. The welfare cost of the program is around you need $160 to rationalize the policy, and the conglomerate regulation rather than individual firm regulation can increase energy saving by around 10%. Okay, I will just end here. All right, thank you.
All right, we can open up for questions.
Okay, yeah, I think Paco has a question.
Yeah, it's great presentation, great paper, Daniel. I have two questions. One is when you're looking at the energy efficiency effect, I wonder whether, to the extent that you might get any efficiency after you do investment, and those might take time and so on and so forth, whether it's a way to see effects on investments. And the other question was about when there is a relocation in production. My prior would be that the smaller, but maybe wrong or right, I'm not sure, the smaller plants or maybe more marginal plants might be less energy efficient in some dimension. I don't know how to measure that. So do you guys look at some aggregate efficiency loss through the relocation beyond the fact that output is reduced or so on and so forth? Yeah.
Great questions, Paco. So the investment issue, actually your question exactly corresponds to the two extensions or robustness tests we did in our paper, but both are really important. The investment issue, I think, if you allow for endogenous investment to further improve the energy efficiency, first of all, in the data we see very little evidence, but very much as you said, it's a very short time horizon. We only look at 5-year period. And when we have like few studies and talk to a lot of these firms, they basically complain that they need a major investment, which takes a longer horizon for things to actually play out. And that's exactly the reason why we do not see that in the data. But I think a more important reason, which we didn't model in our paper, is that when the policy first gets implemented, there are a lot of uncertainty whether, Chinese government love to have like 5-year plans. I'm this year, this is the priority. The 5-year plan came along. A lot of firms actually haven't really figured, is this going to be some policy priority of the government, in the very long run, or this something like, this premier, just got some like a crazy random idea, and they're going to just only do that for 5 years. I think the long run policy sustainability, kind of stability, has a lot of impact in terms of what they decide to do. If they believe this is a very short run thing, maybe shuffle around, just tell some of my rated firms, why don't I cut and you do a little bit, might be worth it. And if you believe this isn't going to be actually going on for a long time, then, investing in this technology will be more worthwhile. I think that's exactly the extension we did in our paper, was like, we're trying to pretend that, what if they decide they want to invest? Then we were doing some kind of back envelope calculation in terms of, what, how much worthwhile that is. But again, that's back of the envelope, because in the data, we do not really see any evidence. So it's a little bit kind of vague there. For the smaller plans, yeah, indeed, the important distinction turns out is not about the smaller unrated guys. The big difference we made is that, what if the related firms actually turns out to be more energy efficient, right? Then that will change the welfare implication a lot, because once you can shuffle, and you also shuffle to the more energy efficient firms. In the data, we see the difference is around like 10%, but with a very big like confidence interval. So in our robustness, that's exactly what we did. We did a range of cases. When your rated firms actually 10% more energy efficient, or they're 10% less energy efficient. What you observe is like, of course, that's going to change the social cost of carbon quite a bit, but it's going to moving still to the range between like $80 to like around like $200, depending on what number you fill in. But yeah, that's definitely a very important dimension. I think if we have better data and we can nail that number, that will give a much more precise social cost of carbon.
Yeah. John, any question?
Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah, really fascinating talk, Daniel, and really topical. I guess I love that first graph, right? Like, if you're going to do anything about carbon emissions, you have to do China, right? It's just nowhere else to go. There's a similar question that Topaka's, in the sense that I'm wondering, do we even know across different industries what products or what industries have scope for more energy efficiency, right? So like concrete just needs a certain amount of chemical energy, right? Like, you're going to hit a wall at some point because it's just a physical constraint. Whereas other products, there's other substitutes, right? So like the way you modeled the energy use as Leontief, but another way that people do in the literature is like Copeland-Taylor, where there's a substitute, or they do it for pollution, but it's the equivalent thing, right? Mm-hmm. And there you can there's some kind of substitute. So I guess I was wondering if probably it also has to do with the short-term investments issue, but have you looked at all to see if there's like any kind of scope across these different industries for some firms that can adapt and that can't adapt, right? Because that would tell us more about in the long run what you might actually hope to see. Thanks.
Yeah, this is a great suggestion. We only started to do that. We did a little bit heterogeneity across industry in our analysis. What we found is that indeed, some of the industries seem to be responding more than the other ones, but across the board, we didn't find much reaction about the energy efficiency, honestly, in the data. But I'm definitely exploring, and in fact, this Sunday I'm going to talk to one of the major steel firms, and just to figure out, I think this does need a lot of additional engineering work, honestly. But the general consensus of the literature, even you talk to the energy guy, there's also like, it does seem like the engineers' view and our empirical view is almost always quite different, because engineers always being very confident that you can improve. But when you get down to the ground, there are all sorts of constraints that makes it very hard. So I think, yeah, but yeah, I think going forward, this is definitely important for figuring out, what's the right industry to think about the potential. Yeah, but totally. Yeah, thanks.
And Isabella had a bunch of questions. I don't know if you want to pick one or two.
Oh, sorry.
I think there are too many, and we might not be on track. But it's for Daniel's consumption later on.
All right.
Okay. We have 2 minutes if you want to ask.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I was just thinking about parts of the empirical analysis. So why shouldn't we be worried about auditor corruption, for instance? I was surprised that there was such widespread compliance ahead of the deadline. So for instance, that's a question. And I had some questions on the control group contagion, but feel free to address them at a different point.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the questions, but I'm going to save the chat box history and we can exchange emails. But to quickly answer your first question, we do worry about some of that. One anecdote, we do know is like the local government cares a lot about that, and they do want to comply. They don't want them to comply, but honestly, it's true that what about they collude, right? The government official collude with the firm. So in fact, what we did is we actually obtained another separate data set. In paper, we obtained. I don't know for whatever reason, Chinese tax authorities actually collect data of energy consumption. I don't know why, but they have another set of data which actually give us information about the coal consumption of each of these firms for a few different years. What we did is like we obtained the data from the main data source, which is the energy consumption database, but we also matched that with the tax authority data. To the extent that the tax authority possibly doesn't really care about energy as like primary goal, I think this will give us a kind of more confidence in terms of the reliance on this data. But other than that, I don't have a much better answer. But I will actually think about it. But this is just a quick answer. Yeah. But
of course, great project.
Thanks for all the great questions.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, Daniel. And I guess our next presentation is Jose Vasquez.
Okay, so do you see my slides? You see my slides moving?
Yep.
Okay.
Martin.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for including our paper in the agenda. This is joint work with Alonso from the Central Bank of Costa Rica, Ben and Cecile from Berkeley, and Isabella also from the LSE. As you know, Isabella is in the chat, also Alonso. So if you have any questions, feel free to send them there. So let's start. The adoption of minimum standards on working conditions that multinationals impose to their suppliers has become widespread. These policies that we call responsible sourcing or RS policies typically take the form of suppliers' codes of conduct, whereby the suppliers of the multinationals are expected to follow minimum standards on working conditions, such as wage floors or safety standards. The stated objective of these RS policies is to benefit the workers in the countries where the multinationals produce. But despite the increasing prevalence of RS policies, and despite the support from institutions such as the OECD or the ILO, there is relatively little theoretical and empirical work studying their actual effects. So in this project, we studied the impact of RS policies when an empirical application in Costa Rica. First, we ask whether these RS policies have a bite on the ground. And if they're just not hot air, then we want to study their effects on firms and workers and analyze the impact on the welfare of workers in the supplier's country. So in this paper, we study these questions, and we start by writing down a quantitative GE model in which multinationals impose RS policies modeled as a higher labor cost to their suppliers in the sourcing country. The impact of these RS policies will depend on several model hypotheses. So we have several extensions of the model to derive comparative statics predictions, which we then bring to the data to select the model variants that are most aligned with what we observe on the ground. We then use the model to derive expressions for welfare, for the welfare impact of RS policies in the aggregate and also by worker types. Second, we present new empirical evidence on the effects of rollout of RS policies in the Costa Rican context. We construct a new dataset describing the near universe of RS codes of conduct rolled by multinationals with subsidiaries in Costa Rica. In our period of study, we identified 127 multinationals that put in place a new RS policy. And then we link this data with a rare combination of administrative datasets, which includes firm-to-firm transactions records and match employer-employee. And we've used this data to implement an event study strategy to trace out the impacts of the RS policy on the affected suppliers and workers. And finally, we estimate the model and quantify the welfare impact of RS policies in Costa Rica. So a very quick preview of what we find. First, from the theory, we find that the sign of the welfare impact of these RS policies on the host country is a priori ambiguous. On the one hand, the RS increases the input cost for the multinational exporters, so the policy acts a bit like an export tax, which increases welfare through a classical terms of trade effect. On the other hand, the RS does not only apply to exports, but also impact domestic production because the affected suppliers might also sell their goods to the final domestic consumer. Hence, it reduces the welfare by distorting domestic production and increases the domestic price index. Empirically, what we find is that the responsible sourcing policies are not just hot air. The wage effect of workers at exposed firms is that it goes up, particularly for low-wage workers for whom the RS policy is most likely binding. For low-wage workers, we find that the wage gains are around 6% 4 years after the rollout. Meanwhile, the corresponding sales and employment of domestic firms that are exposed fall by around 8%. And third, we've quantified the model and find that in our empirical context, the RS policies have a net positive aggregate effect, with gains being concentrated mainly among the initially low-wage workers, whose welfare increased around 1.3%. In the interest of time, I'm gonna just skip the literature review. And here's the menu for today, and let me just start right away with the model. To set the stage, here I will present a summary of the baseline model, and we will later discuss extensions that we consider with different hypotheses on the implementation of the RS policies. There are two countries in this model indexed by K. One would be home, which is Costa Rican or empirical analysis, and the other one is just labeled as foreign, which represents the rest of the world. Workers have CES utility, where D omega is the demand shifter for the variety omega. And there are two types of workers, the low wage and high wage workers, who are imperfect substitutes in production. So here workers will supply 1 unit of labor inelastically, and their total income would be their labor income plus their rebate from the domestic profits, which is proportional to the wage. Now, let me explain to you the baseline environment for production. Here, the final good is produced by two types of firms, multinationals and non-multinational firms. Non-multinational firms produce using only labor, and they are heterogeneous in productivity, and their productivity is distributed Pareto with a theta-shaped parameter. Multinationals are headquartered in foreign country, in the rest of the world, and they have subsidiaries at home, and we just assume that they are all symmetric. The subsidiary combines the inputs produced by home firms into a CES aggregate. Now, if we focus on the domestic firms at home, they will be heterogeneous in productivity, as I said before, and they potentially could serve several production lines, one for producing for the final good market, and the other one for producing to the intermediate inputs for the multinationals. To produce in each market, they have to incur a market-specific fixed cost. Then they produce just with a constant marginal cost. We assume that the fixed cost is such that the selection is stricter in the market selling to the multinational than to the domestic one, which is consistent with empirical evidence. For simplicity of exposition, we will assume very simple trade patterns, but this can be easily relaxed at the cost of more cumbersome notation. We will assume that the only firms that export from home to foreign are the multinationals, and we also assume that the multinationals do not re-export their final good back home. And finally, in terms of the market structure, the baseline environment features just monopolistic competition in each market. So in this context, we aim to study the introduction of an RS policy. We assume that multinationals impose minimum labor standards on their suppliers, and this leads to an increase in the labor cost. This can capture both higher labor costs related to the operation cost or actually higher wages paid to workers. And we also assume that multinational policy, the responsible policy would be binding for low wage workers, but not for high wage workers. Then in line with the standard practices, in this, not in this literature, but in this implementation of the policies, a local firm that agrees to be part of this responsible supply chain must apply the same labor standards on all their workers, including those produced in the production line dedicated to the domestic market. So formally, what we assume is that suppliers need to increase the compensation of low-wage workers to tau times the prevailing market wage. Meanwhile, the high-wage workers receive just the prevailing market wage. So quite intuitively, the impact of the increase in the labor cost will depend on how and why the policy is implemented. So in the next slides, we will consider alternative hypotheses to 4 dimensions that shape the impact of the responsible sourcing policy, and we derive the corresponding comparative static predictions that will allow us later to do model selection. A first question would be, why do multinationals implement RS policies? So namely, is the responsible sourcing policy implemented only because it is a profit maximizing move, or is it driven by other considerations? So following the large literature on corporate social responsibility, we will consider 2 broad potential motivations. The first one is that the responsible sourcing could be a choice made by the multinational management, which is pursuing some ulterior motives, which are beyond profit maximization. Under this hypothesis, we take tau as a parameter chosen from the utility maximization problem of the manager that goes beyond only profits in the short run for the multinational. And this is what we call hypothesis A. Alternatively, the responsible sourcing policy could be profit maximizing and could be a response to the demands of foreign consumers for better conditions in sourcing countries. To capture this idea, what we do is that we assume in hypothesis A prime that the demand shifter for the good produced by the multinational, X, which the demand shifter is DX, directly increases with the labor conditions at home, which are captured by tau. So here, tau will be chosen optimally by the multinational, trading off the higher costs against the higher demand. Another question is whether the RS policies are introducing a context where wages are too low to begin with due to employers' labor market power. In the baseline model that I just presented, the home labor market is perfectly competitive, so there's no sense in which the wages are too low. Alternatively, we could have that pre-responsible sourcing wages were too low compared to the efficient benchmark. And to capture this possibility, we extend the model to allow for labor market power at home, and the labor market in particular to be monopsonistic. And this is what we call hypothesis B prime. Specifically, we simply extend the baseline model to feature an upward sloping labor supply curve that home firms face, and this allows them to set their wages through monopsonistic competition. And the rest of the model will be basically unchanged. Then the RS policy that I described until now is only a net increase in the labor cost for firms hiring low-wage workers. And this is what we call hypothesis C. However, it is possible that these policies incentivize firms to make their workers more productive, or that there is some transfer of knowledge by the multinational that is associated with this policy. So under hypothesis C prime, what we assume is that we allow for such labor productivity gain, labor productivity T, and we assume that this T productivity benefits all workers in the responsible sourcing compliant firms, and is passed through. This is also passed through to their compensation, which we denote as W tilde. So here, note that tau still measures the net labor cost increase faced by the RS suppliers, and this is net of the productivity gains. Finally, the impact of the RS policy on the home welfare will depend also on how much of the cost of the policy is borne by the suppliers versus the multinationals. So here we consider 2 possibilities. First, the cost increase of the RS policy might be fully borne by the multinational and the foreign consumers. And this is mechanically the case in our baseline setting because we have monopolistic competition, and then hence we have a full pass-through. Alternatively, we also consider in hypothesis D prime that the pass-through of the cost increase to the multinational is imperfect. And we capture this in a reduced form by using a parameter beta, which goes from 0 to 1. So now let me explain how to use how we use these comparative statics predictions from each model variant to do model selection. In this table, the columns point to the model variants, which are different. The first one is the baseline model, which combines hypotheses A, B, C, and D. And the next 4 columns will combine alternative hypotheses. Then the rows will show the predicted sign of the effect of the RS policy on the sales of 2 types of firms. The exposed, what we call the exposed firms, and what we call the complier firms. The exposed firms will be domestic firms which sell to the multinational before the multinational introduces the new RS policy. While the complier firms are those firms that are exposed and they continue selling to the multinational after the imposition of the RS policy. So that's why they comply with the policy. So the exposed firms will also include domestic firms that select out in a melit way from supplying to the multinational after the policy, because the policy will increase their cost of production, and then they're not profitable enough anymore to produce for the multinational. So now, how do we use these comparative statics? First, some hypotheses could be ruled out by looking at the sign predicted by their model variant on these variables that I was telling you, the effects on the compliers and the exposed firms. And we will use these qualitative predictions together with what we find in the data to select the model variants that are more consistent with empirical evidence. Then we estimate that version of the model, the one that will be consistent with empirical evidence, and we estimate the parameters by matching the quantitative causal effects that we will estimate. So in terms of the data, this project leverages a rare combination of administrative data sets, of which the most useful is the firm-to-firm transaction records and the match employer-employee data. So these data sets will allow us to study the outcomes of the domestic suppliers and their workers as they get exposed to these responsible sourcing rollouts, which are implemented by the multinational buyers in Costa Rica. To this collection of admin data, we constructed also a new data set, which was built by our team with the help of arrays, which centralizes the responsible sourcing policies rollout by the multinationals which have subsidiaries in Costa Rica. We start with almost 500 multinationals that have subsidiaries in Costa Rica and whose local purchases are higher than $1 million per year on average. Then we conducted a comprehensive search of all the responsible sourcing policy rollouts by these multinationals, both locally and decided at the level of the headquarters. So in the end, we find 152 responsible sourcing policy rollouts, and these are implemented by 127 distinct multinationals during the period of our analysis. Some brief descriptive statistics in our context. Of the multinationals that roll out an RS policy, 40% of them operate in manufacturing, which is the most prominent sector, while the rest are spread across services and agriculture. And most of these RS implementing multinationals are worldwide renowned, like Cisco, Walmart, Standard Food Company, among those ones. And on the suppliers, the most noteworthy fact that I would like to highlight is that most of them are actually in services, such as cleaning or maintenance. So rather than thinking of large suppliers in manufacturing, one should keep in mind that these RS requirements mostly apply to relatively small service providers. So now let me talk about give you an overview of our empirical strategy. We use the data that I just described to estimate the effects of rollouts of these responsible sourcing policies on outcomes at the level of the supplier, at the level of the workers, and at the level of transactions. The supplier level specifications look like the first line, where Y is the outcome of firm I, and firm I would be part of a sample of firms that supply to multinationals in Costa Rica at some point in the sample period. Here, S will be the sector of the supplier, T will be the year, alpha I, a standard, will be the firm fixed effect, and gamma ST will be sector by year fixed effects. And in line with our theory, the domestic firms exposed to the rollout are those that were selling to the multinational in question the year before the rollout took place. And we also estimate the impact of these rollouts on the worker level specifications, where we use the match employer-employee. And in this case, we define the RS exposure at the level of the supplier, and we have a richer set of worker by firm fixed effects. And finally, we also have a specification at the level of the transactions where we estimate the effect on the intensive margin of sales between the RS multinational and the RS compliant suppliers. And this is what we will call the intensive margin. And we we create the estimation sample that includes only transactions where the buyer is a multinational subsidiary in Costa Rica. We have three main concerns in our identification strategy that we take very seriously in the paper. But here, for the sake of time, I won't go through them, and I will refer you to the paper in case you're curious. I'll be also happy to talk about these identification concerns in the Q&A session. So in the next slides, what I will do is that I will present our preferred specification, where we use an instrumental variable strategy, and we instrument the treated event dummies using indicators 0-1 of whether the rollout is being decided at the level of the headquarters and being global in nature. These are decisions that are taken outside of Costa Rica, and we believe they are exogenous to whatever is happening in the country. And we have several specifications in the paper, and the results are robust to those specifications. So let me now show you some of the results, and let me start with the supplier level event studies. The figure on the left presents the event study results for the log total sales of suppliers, and as we could see, the exposed firms decrease, the sales of the exposed firms decrease on average around 8% 4 years after the rollout. In the same way, the figure on the right shows a similar decline in total employment, also around 8% 4 years after. So now let me show you the worker level evidence, and these figures, what we plot on the left is the RS effect, the effect of the RS policy on labor earnings of all workers which are employed by the suppliers that are exposed to the rollout. And we find that their earnings increase around 1.6% 4 years after the rollout. And the figure of the right, we have the same event, which is the rollout of the policy and how it affects the wages of the suppliers. But we select the sample to workers that are initially low wage workers, which are defined as workers in the top 20 and the bottom 20% of the wage distribution in Costa Rica. And we see that for these workers, their labor earnings increase the most, and they increase around 6% 4 years after the rollout. And last, we present our transaction level event study. And here, as displayed in the graph, we find that the sales to the RS compliant and the sales of the RS compliant suppliers to the RS implementing multinationals decline around 6.5% 4 years after the rollout. So far, I've shown you a fall in total sales of suppliers that are exposed to the RS events, and also a fall in the sales of the compliers in the intensive margin to the RS multinationals. And this evidence, and in particular the evidence on intensive margin, will help us to rule out hypothesis A prime and B prime. So from now on, I won't take a stand on whether there are labor productivity gains or not, on what is the size of the pass-through of the costs to the multinationals. And what we will do is that we estimate an extended version of the model that incorporates also hypothesis C prime and D prime, which are aligned with our empirical facts. And we use this version of the model also to derive the necessary equations to conduct welfare counterfactuals. So given the time constraint, let me just glance over the parameter estimation. To estimate the labor productivity effects, which are T hat, what we use is the differential effect of the RS exposure on the earnings of initially high wage workers, for which, as we were discussing, the policy are not binding because they are already earning enough. Then, to estimate the size of the induced cost shock and the shape parameter of the productivity distribution and the pass-through rates, which are denoted as tau hat, theta, and beta respectively, what we do is that we choose the coefficients, we choose the parameters that match the effect of the rollouts on the intensive margin of sales of the complier firms, on the sales of exposed suppliers to the domestic market, and of the total sales of those exposed suppliers. And then what we do is that to estimate the elasticity of substitution between worker types, which is rho, what we use is the change in the relative employment of low versus high wage workers together with the estimate of tau hat that we have. And for now, we're not estimating the demand elasticity sigma, and just basically take a value from the literature that uses the same data in the same context. And at the end, what we infer is that there is a productivity increase due to a policy of around 1.5% that would rationalize what we observe in the empirical facts. And also we find that the labor cost shock is around, to the suppliers, is around 15%. And we find a close to complete pass-through of the increase in the labor cost of the suppliers to the multinationals. So we now move to studying the welfare increase or the welfare incidence of the RS policies in Costa Rica, moving from an initial equilibrium in which there is no policies implemented. We derived the expressions for the first order change in welfare, and when we assume that there is a small RS shock. And for simplicity of the exposition, I will report here the welfare effects for a limit economy in which the Melitz type selection channel will be shut off, but at the same time, we still keep firm heterogeneity. And we will have the general case in the appendix of the paper, but so far what we have is that the intuitions are all preserved, but the notation is much more cumbersome. So I will stick to the simpler case to show you the most intuitive, in the most intuitive way what we have. Okay, so here's the expression for the welfare changes, and the first term here corresponds to the effect of the net labor cost increase of the firms that are impacted by the RS policy. And here chi is the share of the wage bill corresponding to low wage workers, which are the ones that are directly affected. The second term corresponds to the labor productivity gain, the gains coming from the productivity. The second term here is somewhat mechanical. It's just unsurprisingly positive because it corresponds to the positive effect of a labor productivity increase on all workers, which we denote as W prod. And this is just scaled down by the fact that not all workers are affected by the policy. And for a detailed expression of W prod in terms of the sufficient statistics, I'm going to refer you to the paper. But most interestingly, the first term captures the welfare effect of the net cost increase. And at the heart of this effect, we will have W tax, which is the positive effect, the positive first order effect of imposing an export tax on home exports. And this is beneficial to home through a classic terms of trade effect. So basically the policy here increases the cost of the multinational good, which is paid by foreign consumers because multinationals are mostly exporting their goods out. But since the responsible sourcing policy is not perfectly isomorphic to the export tax, we will also have some other terms that could mute or even reverse their initial effect. And the first term would be that the lower is the pass-through beta, then the more the terms of trade channel is muted because there is more of the cost that is borne by the domestic economy. And second, the more the policy leaks to the production of the domestic market, which is measured by the share of production that is produced by RS multinational, the share of production that is consumed domestically and is produced by RS compliant firms, and this is what we call lambda, the more this leaks into the domestic market, the more distortive the policy is because it increases the local price index as well. And this increases the cost of something that the consumers at home are also purchasing. So in net, there is an ex-ante ambiguous effect on the expressions and depends, among other things, on the sign of beta minus lambda. In the paper, we also look at the heterogeneity effect depending on the worker types, high wage versus low wage workers, and we show that the policy is unambiguously progressive. So our welfare results are presented quantitatively here as a function of how much the policy leaks into the domestic market. Our empirical measure of lambda is what is in the red dots, and this is what gives our estimates of welfare. The figure on the left decomposes the aggregate effect into productivity component that is increasing in lambda and an export tax component that is decreasing in lambda. And for our value of lambda, the total welfare effect is around 0.3, and about 1/3 of it comes from the export tax channel and 2/3 from the productivity effect. The figure on the right shows the welfare effect by worker type, and here in our empirical setting, both worker types gain, but the gains are mostly concentrated among the low wage workers, for which for whose welfare increased by 1.3%. And now let me just conclude. Multinationals' adoption of responsible sourcing policies is more and more widespread nowadays. And we develop a theory that allows us to understand the incidence of the responsible sourcing requirements. And we also provide some new empirical evidence on the impact on the ground of those policies using a novel combination of data sets. And we find that empirically, the responsible sourcing policies are not just hot air. We show that these policies increase the wages of workers at impacted firms, but also decreases the sales and employment of the firms that are exposed. In the theory part, we see that the welfare effects are a priori ambiguous, but in our empirical context, we find positive but small welfare gains. And last, these welfare gains are concentrated mostly among low-wage workers, and which reduces overall inequality. And thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Jose. Very nice presentation. We can open up for questions now. I guess, Francesco, you had a question in the chat.
Sorry, it's just, I know it's somewhat unfair to ask. That's why I didn't want to ask, but I was just wondering whether there is any reason to believe that RS may affect also some margins of informality, like if firms are hiring some workers informally and then they can, or they, because of RS. And of course, you don't have data on that. So I was just wondering whether we had any notion, an extra evidence or anything like that.
Thank you very much for your question comment. And this is an excellent point, which is for sure in our to-do list on the theory side. We are working on an extension of the model in which we incorporate unemployment effects and also informality, which is very important in the context of a developing country like Costa Rica. And when these responsible sourcing policies might also have an effect, might require suppliers to formalize their workers, and this is something that could be first order. Empirically, I think we could do something. I mean, what we have is administrative data sets, and in particular the employer-employee data. But if we allow ourselves to believe that if a worker disappears from the employer-employee data or just appears a 45-year-old worker for the first time at some point in employer-employee data, if we call this formalization or informalization, maybe we could study those margins. I think that's as far as we could go with the data we have, but for sure this is something that we will try. And another thing, now that informality compliance it's on the table, one thing that we have thought about, and of course if someone has a thought about this, please share it, is that it's possible in the model we're obliging the suppliers to impose the same labor standards on both production lines, those producing for the domestic market and those producing for the multinational market. However, in practice, it could very well be that a firm says, okay, now I'm just going to split into firms and I'm just going to keep one producing for the multinational with the higher labor standards and the other ones just with whatever we had before. The way we are thinking about approaching this is looking again at employee-employee data and seeing whether the event correlates with big movements of several workers from one tax ID to the other, which will give us a sign of this behavior happening, the firm splitting and sending some workers to some tax ID and some workers to some other one. This is something we partially addresses the question, and I think it's as much as we could do. And of course, if someone has any suggestion in that direction, will be very appreciated.
Any further questions?
So it's not a specific question. It's more I would like to get more. More explanation of the productivity effects of where that's coming from, and if you have some further idea some further information from the data, you can tease out. It seems to be an important part of the effects.
Yeah, I mean that's certainly a good point. We have several explanations here. One of them is that some of these firms are also maybe supplying to multinationals for the first time, And as Isabella and I, and Alonso and I, we have a paper showing that when that happens, there are some productivity effects that firms to suppliers experience. Some other ones, I mean, in some of these suppliers' codes of conduct.
If they're supplying for the first time, I guess it's not so clear that there's an effect of RS.
Yeah, I mean, we could exclude those ones and those suppliers and see how the results change. Another reason is that in the suppliers' codes of conduct, we have the PDFs, and reading them, sometimes they say, okay, the firm will have to implement better safety standards for the workers. The multinational will help them to incorporate these new standards, and maybe those things have to do with managerial practices, and maybe explains why the wages of the high-skilled workers also increase in those firms, which is what we map directly to productivity. A third reason would be that maybe we need to extend the model in a different way, so that maybe some imperfection in the labor market allows the high-wage workers to capture part of these rents that come with the responsible sourcing policy, because right now we're basically mapping increases in high-wage workers to productivity effects, and maybe the mapping reality is not that clear, but this is something that we're still thinking about.
A question about the terms of trade effect. So I guess in principle, the government could be implementing some kind of export tax on their own to do this. So could that term of trade effect be negative if there's already the optimal?
Yeah, so we actually thought a lot about that question, and we have some computations in the paper. For the responsible sourcing policy, even if there's some, of course, if there's some optimal export policy implemented already, if the responsible sourcing policy might push the economy to a point in which the effect is negative. But in that case, for the case of Costa Rica, the optimal export tax policy would be such that I recall it was like 20% export tax, which is much higher than what we see in the data, and the increase in the cost of the responsible sourcing policy is much lower than that, where the export tax is negative. But in our model, what we have is a first order approximation of the small shock. So we're basically assuming that there is no export tax policy in place, and the small RS shock is such that it doesn't take the economy to the other side.
Okay, I guess we can leave this open. We can, unless there are any other questions, we can take our break, and we'll meet back in at I guess 12:05 Eastern. Or I guess that's 5 p.m. in 5:05 in London. See you all soon. Everyone, we're going to start back up again. We're going to begin with the last session of the day. The first paper is going to be presented by Monica Morlaco. I believe both co-authors are in the audience, so feel free to chat questions or ask at the end.
Yes, so thanks a lot for including our paper in the program. I'm going to talk about labor market power, self-employment, and development. As I said, both Francesco and Pamela are in the audience, so feel free to ask questions in the chat. Motivating this paper is relatively simple. We all know labor markets in lower and middle income countries are systematically different than those in higher income countries, and they are in several dimensions. Here, we want to focus on two main dimensions. One is the fact that there are substantial barriers to the size and growth of the wage sector. So think about the formal sector, the sector of firms, on the one hand, but on the other hand, there's also a large and very active self-employment sector, which effectively acts as an easily accessible outside option for workers. Now, none of these features is new. We know that these are facts about labor markets, but the take in this paper, we want to take sort of a novel take on these two features, and in particular, thinking about how they may be related to labor market power. And we think there are good reasons to think that they are. So because the fact that there are barriers to firm entry or growth, again, think about it as entry costs for firms or limited productivity of workers and firms. This generates concentration among firms, among formal firms. And employer concentration is a standard source of labor market power to the extent that non-atomistic firms understand that they have an impact on aggregate wages and labor demand. And so they act strategically to lower aggregate wages and the wages that they're going to pay to workers. On the other hand, however, there is the self-employment sector, and the way it works, what it does is that it's going to generate sort of an upward sloping supply of labor into this wage sector, in the sense that workers have this outside option, which is readily accessible. And so whenever wages are too low in the wage sector, they have the options to leave the wage sector and go and work in self-employment. So really, there is this supply of work into the wage sector, which depends on wages, and it's upward sloping. And an upward sloping labor supply is a second necessary condition for labor market power to exist. So what we do in this paper is, again, to formalize these ideas a bit further and think about the role of labor market power in lower and middle income countries, in particular in relationship to the existence of the self-employment sector. And again, doing so, it's a contribution in itself because we know little about labor market power in developing countries. There is growing literature on this topic, but still relatively limited. And so our take on this is to think about this issue in relationship to self-employment. And secondly, what we want to do with this paper is to have this framework with labor market power in mind to evaluate industrial policies which are prevalent in the development world that wants to reduce labor market friction and increase the size of this wage sector. So to give you a little bit more context and detail, our context will be Peru. We are going to have Peruvian data from 2004 to 2011. That's the period that we're going to be looking at. And we do several things. First, we're going to show some facts. Some of them are already known, some of them are newer. And in particular, the main fact is that we're going to show that there is a systematic relationship between concentration among formal firms, among firms in the wage sector, and the self-employment sector size, wages, and productivity. So there seems to be spillover between the outcomes of these two sectors. So we sort of bring these ideas into a general equilibrium model. We build a general equilibrium model of the Peruvian economy with endogenous entry. So there are going to be a few firms in the wage sector which are going to compete strategically when choosing labor, and so there's an oligopsony model in the labor market. And then on the other hand, we're going to also have sorting of workers between the wage sector and the self-employment sector. So these two features of our model are going to deliver an equilibrium concentration among employers on the one hand, and this labor supply, a positive and upward sloping labor supply elasticity on the other, which are going to give rise to labor market power, which is positively related to concentration, but negatively related to the elasticity of labor. And then we're going to estimate the model using this data for Peru, and in particular, another contribution of this paper is to use both workers level data and firm level data. So to really think about the labor supply and labor demand side or sources of labor market power, which is something that, again, in the literature is either one or the other. Here we try to think about both sources coming from firms and workers. And we're going to estimate this model using direct and indirect inference methods. I'm going to be more clear about this later. And I just wanted to anticipate a few of the key takeaways that we want to give. Some of them are theoretical, some of them come from our estimated model. On a theoretical level, I guess one of the main points that we want to make is that clearly when we think about sorting, this is going to give rise to a variable labor supply elasticity. So the labor supply elasticity is not just a fundamental of the model, it's something that depends on wages in the wage sector and in the self-employment sector, so in the relative wages, this W hat. and which means that there's going to be spillovers between the behavior of firms on the one hand and the behavior of workers on the other hand. This leads me to the second point, which is that concentration among employers is really a poor measure of labor market power. Because on the one hand, when concentration decreases, we can have higher wages in the wage sector. So more workers are going to be willing to work in this wage sector, but then their labor supply elasticity is going to decline, and the impact on labor market power, in principle, at least theoretically, is ambiguous. So really, when we think about both sides of the market, concentration becomes a poor measure of labor market power. Now, the point number 3 is something that is not theoretically obvious, but comes from our estimated model. We show that our estimated model is such that labor productivity and wages decrease in both sectors with labor market power among formal employers. And this is something that is consistent with the reduced form evidence that we produce using regression analysis. But from our model, really, it comes from the fact that the ability of workers in these two sectors, due to sorting in a standard Roy model, is endogenous to concentration and worker sorting. So really, the ability depends on concentration in the formal sector, and the way ability is distributed is such that there's going to be these negative spillovers across these two sectors. And finally, on a more normative level, what we want to argue is that labor market power and thinking about labor market power in this context is key for understanding both the aggregate and distributional consequences of these industrial development policies that I was talking about that are aiming to increase the size of the wage employment sector. It's not obvious how you want to do it because the outcomes, the effects of these policies depend on really what friction of the labor markets these policies are targeting. So I already touched upon a little bit on the literature, so I'm going to skip this in the interest of time. I tried to drop it while I was introducing this paper. I'm going to just start with describing the data and our stylized facts. So as I was saying, we're using both firm and household level data. The sources of this data are surveys. So on the one hand, we have this firm level survey, which give very standard information on firms. So think about standard balance sheet information. Now, importantly, this is a survey, but for firms that are higher than a certain, that sell more than a certain sales threshold, this becomes a census. So it's effectively a census of medium and large firms. And so it's these medium and large firms that we're going to be focusing on. It's important to have a census of firms when thinking about measures of employer concentration, so measuring concentration really in the data. So when I'm going to talk about firms, I'm really going to be talking about medium and large firms, so above a certain size threshold. On the worker side, this is an annual survey of households, which is representative at most level. We have both a cross-section, which spans a longer period of time, but for a subset of the years, this becomes a panel, so we can follow households over time. And we're going to be using this panel dimension of the data to think about transition between in and out of self-employment and wage employment. And other than that, this is the kind of information we get from this survey is mostly about working status, whether you're employed, self-employed, employed in a firm, whether you're formal or informal, and industry and occupation. So just a word, and finally, we're going to be focusing on mostly manufacturing. So manufacturing is our context. Manufacturing accounts for 16% of GDP. This is data for 2007, and about 11% of employment. So obviously, this is not the biggest, share of employment, but it is a relatively important one. But even though we're going to be focusing on manufacturing, I'm going to show that these facts that I'm going to present are not specific to manufacturing, and so in principle, this analysis can be extended to the economy overall if data would allow. But in this case, we have data for manufacturing firms only. So the first fact is perhaps not very surprising, and it's showing you evidence that there is effectively concentration among firms. So on the left panel, the left chart plots the distribution of the number of firms across local labor market, We define local labor markets in a fairly standard way as an industry, which is CIIU is the industry, let's say the industry nomenclature, two-digit industry, and then a commuting zone. It's what we can think of as being a commuting zone in Peru. So industry time commuting zone is our definition of local labor markets. And across local labor markets, you see that there is this very skewed distribution of the number of these medium and large firms. The average number of firms is 4.8 across local labor markets. We're thinking about around 170 to 100 local labor markets. 50% of them have only one medium and large firms, and only 1% of markets have more than 50 medium and large firms. So very concentrated if you look at the number of firms. On the right panel, I'm plotting sort of a similar plot, but using the Herfindahl index instead of just the number of firms. You see again that there is this very high incidence, about 50% of markets being having a wage Herfindahl index above 0.875. Obviously, then in this plot, I also show what this would look like if we consider the weighted Herfindahl index weighted by the payroll share, and this number would go down to 12%. But still, this is not a trivial share of total payroll that happen in local labor markets, which are extremely concentrated. Now, at this point, you may be worried that this is because we're having the survey data, not a census. So what happened if we looked at the census instead? And I can show you, we have this figure, we reproduced the same plots using the census for 2007. And this is for manufacturing, but this is using all industries, so even services. And you see that the patterns are very similar. So just looking at the number, the count of markets, about 40% of markets have this very high Herfindahl index. This is true both in manufacturing and in all industries. And the total payroll share of this very highly concentrated market is around 5 to 7%. So again, this is just not something about our data, but it's true more generally. Okay, so concentration, and then the second thing is, as I was saying, that the incidence of self-employment is also very, very large. Here we're plotting a very similar graph, but using self-employment across local labor market instead. Again, the blue tells you the count of local labor markets, where, for instance, in this point here, tells you what the fraction of total labor market where the percentage of self-employed workers is greater than 85%. And here we're thinking about 43% of markets where above more than 85% of workers are self-employed. Again, these markets account for when we weight by the total income share, because now I'm using household level data. So, and these are like 16% of total income. So again, not trivial, although obviously these are the smaller markets that we're thinking about. On average, across local labor markets, the share of self-employed workers is 58%, 41 when we weight by total income share. Now, I didn't say this, but it is important. So who are really these self-employed workers? What are we thinking? First of all, these are mostly informal workers, and the way it's basically they're defined is really small firms that are not registered with a tax authority and with less than 5 employees, and or family auxiliary workers in businesses with less than 5 employees. So here, just visually, on the right hand figure, this is one of the biggest apparel firms in Peru, whereas on the left hand side, there is a picture showing some self-employed workers. So really, they are manufacturing products in several industries. They're informal, they are less than 5 employees, so rather small, but they are producing products, outputs that we can think of being fairly substitutable to the output of firms. And this is something that we're gonna be modeling in our theory, in our model. Okay, so now high incidence of concentration on self-employment, but still on self-employment and these two sectors in these dual labor markets, we now want to show that there are very large flows in and out of self-employment and in and out of wage employment sectors, so that workers are really mobile between these two sectors. And again, this is not something new. We know that the labor market flows in and out of wage employment are very big and substantial in lower and middle income countries, and this is true even in our context. So here, when looking within manufacturing, so workers that work in the manufacturing, T and T+1, if you are employed at time T, you have basically a 0% probability of being unemployed in the next period. With 94% probability, you're going to still be unemployed, but with 6% probability, you're going to be self-employed. So again, we want to think of this as being not tiny, not trivial fraction of workers that switch out of the wage sector. And vice versa, if you're self-employed at time T, you have a 10% probability of being employed in a formal firms in the next period. And to produce this graph, this table, we use the panel data. So these are, we're following workers over time. So you may wonder, but why are you focusing on manufacturing? So, is there what is the incidence of workers that switch out of manufacturing in any given period? So 60% of workers stay within manufacturing. So if you're a manufacturing worker at time T -1, you're gonna be a manufacturing worker at time T with 60% probability. 40% switch out of manufacturing, perhaps services or other industries. However, we see that the overall share of manufacturing, so the fact of switching in and out, is unrelated to concentration and concentration in particular among formal workers. And so we're going to be focusing on these 60% of workers. And finally, within manufacturing, workers mostly switch within the same 2-digit industries. It's really a movement within industry, but in and out of wage sector. And this is not something, again, we do this across all industries. The incidence of unemployment is slightly larger in outside manufacturing, but again, there are very large labor market flows between self-employment and wage employment between any two given period. Okay, so the last part that I want to talk about is trying to put these facts all together, and we do this in a regression framework. So we're gonna think about this individual level regression where I is an individual, K is a local labor market, and we're gonna regress individual level outcome on concentration among formal firms and some individual controls, standard individual controls such as education or gender or sex and age, industry fixed effect, and time fixed effect. And what we see is that this is a local labor market across local labor markets. I mean, in local labor markets that are more concentrated, we see that earnings are lower, both among formal employees, but also among self-employed. So concentration is negatively related to earnings in both sectors, not just among wage workers, but also among self-employed workers. Similarly, we see that markets that are more concentrated feature higher self-employment sector size. So this is quite obvious that self-employment is more prevalent when there's more concentration among formal firms. And finally, we also see that on average, individuals have fewer years of schooling, both again in the formal and in the self-employment sector, in markets that are more concentrated. These are OLS regression. We also considered an IV strategy by instrumenting concentration with national trends. This is like a suboptimal instrument, so we're not showing it here, but this pattern seems to be quite robust. So just to summarize briefly what I just showed you, high incidence of concentration and self-employment rates, large labor market flows, and the systematic relationship between these trends. We're trying to bring all of these features into our model with this dual labor market with endogenous entry and sorting. We're going to focus on manufacturing again, and we're going to have a ROI model of sorting with heterogeneous workers to have this endogenous effect of concentration on ability and earnings. So the model is going to consist of a continuum of local labor markets. A local labor market is going to be indexed by K. In each market, there's an exogenous number of manufacturing workers. I showed you that manufacturing workers seem to select into this manufacturing for reasons unrelated to concentration. So we're going to think that the population of manufacturing workers is exogenous, and then endogenous number of firms. Workers are going to have to make an occupational choice of whether to work for firms or be self-employed. They are heterogeneous, and they're gonna be, there's gonna be a standard role model for selection. Market structure, this is important for firms mostly. We're gonna simplify our life and say that on output markets are perfectly competitive. So there is a raging market for output nationally. And whereas for labor, they compete locally for labor, and they're gonna compete oligopolistically, so la Cournot. And this is gonna generate strategic competition over workers. Demand and technology, very briefly, there's going to be a nested CES demand for the final good. The final good is a composite of market level good, CK, is a final good of the local labor market K. And this consists of, it's a bundle of a good that is produced by formal firms, the CFK, and a good that is produced by self-employed workers. As I showed you in the picture, think of this as producing outputs that are somewhat substitutable. And so we have it in these demand assumptions. Technology is also very standard. It's linear in labor, both in the self-employment sector and in the among firms. Self-employed workers are homogeneous across local labor markets. This is the production function for all markets. Homogeneous technology, productivity, sorry. Whereas firms, we assume that they are heterogeneous across local labor markets, but homogeneous within local labor market. This is just to make the model simple. It's not important for us, just to simplify the analysis. And so this is the aggregate production function in a local labor market is this productivity term, which is common to all firms, and labor demand. So the technology is very similar. There is free entry into the wage sector, subject to an entry cost. And entry cost is local labor market specific. So on workers, as I said, workers are heterogeneous. They have some ability to work for formal firms, some ability to be self-employed. This distribution is potentially market specific. And this is the joint distribution of abilities of worker. Sorting is very simple. They sort on wages, on income. They sort into a sector that gives them the higher wages, where the wage is an efficiency. I mean, this is the unit wage and efficiency unit of labor. And so they work for former firms as long as they earn a higher unit wage there. So these sorting decisions, very simple, will give rise to an aggregate of labor supply among formal firms, but also among in the self-employment sector. And a key feature of this labor supply curve is that it's upper sloping. It's increasing in the relative wage. So there is going to be an associated labor supply elasticity, which is increasing in the wage of the formal sector. When the firms pay higher wages, there is going to be more workers working in this sector, and they're going to have higher labor supply elasticity. And higher labor supply elasticity is going to mean more labor market power for firms. So in equilibrium, again, there is Cournot competition for firms. So these firms that are non-atomistic understand their effect on aggregate wages and aggregate labor demand, and they take that into account. And the first order condition of this relatively simple model is such that the wage of firms is a markdown below the marginal revenue product of labor. This is fairly standard. Now, what's the markdown here? It's 1 plus a function of MK, which is the number of firms. This is endogenous in our model, and this labor supply elasticity that I just showed you. So really, the sources of labor market power, as I mentioned at the beginning, is this upward sloping labor supply elasticity, the fact that this is less than infinite. In particular, the lower the labor supply elasticity, the higher the labor market power. The higher the elasticity, the more we converge towards a competitive equilibrium, and so the lower the labor market power and concentration among formal firms. How much time do I left? 5
minutes.
Okay, good. So as I was mentioning, there is this sort of, let's say, overall, labor market power depends on these two sources, on concentration and on this labor supply elasticity. And this has an implication for how we think about concentration and labor market power in this model. So what's an effect of reducing labor market concentration? Now, we have homogeneous firms, so we can, F-Indal index is going to be a function, is the same, is a same thing as thinking about the number of firms. So let's just think about reducing concentration as an increase in the number of firms. So if we increase the number of firms, the direct effect is that the market share of firms 1/m decreases, and so there is going to be lower labor market power in a local labor market. But on the other hand, there is also an indirect effect of reducing concentration, because as the number of firms increases, the relative wages of the formal firms is going to increase, the elasticity of workers is going to decrease. This is the wrong letter. It's going to decrease, and labor market power is going to increase. So there is this counteracting impact of concentration on the direct and indirect effect of coming through the worker selection problem. So two implications. One, but there is variable markdowns, namely the markdown is a function of wages, and second, and concentration is a poor measure of labor market power. So let me jump into in the last 4 minutes and tell you a little bit how we go forward with this. We want to estimate this model. To bring the model to the data, we're going to make some parameterization. We first parameterize the worker's ability as a joint log normal distribution. Joint log normality is something that will allow us to estimate the parameters of this ability distribution of workers given data on earnings and self-employment and wage sector sizes. So it's quite useful, although you may think maybe restrictive, because we can estimate this parameter externally, given the data that we observe, our worker level data. So given this ability distribution, we're then gonna estimate the remaining parameters of the model using a simulated method of moments, so indirect inference methods. We're gonna parameterize market level productivity as a log normal distribution and fixed costs of entry. We're gonna make them as a function of the number of firms. We're gonna parameterize them as a function of the number of firms. This is something that is dictated by the evidence, in order to improve our matching of relevant moments. So I'm not going to show you the parameter estimates, but just the model matching here. We're going to try to match these facts on concentration, self-employment, and their systematic relationship between the two. We do a fairly good job in matching all of these different dimensions of the data. And in terms of untargeted moments, I haven't showed you evidence on markdowns, but we seem to do a pretty good job even in matching dimensions of the data that we haven't targeted. So let me just finish with what we're thinking in terms of policy and counterfactual policy exercises. So again, a fairly well-known objective of industrial policies and development in industrial policies is that of increasing the size of the wage sector. And there are, way to do this, targeting reasons why the wage sector may be again limited. Perhaps one way to do that is reducing entry cost in our model, given that this is something that we can target in our model. A second way to try to increase the size of this wage sector is to increase market access. This Z term, this productivity term of a firm, we can think of them as being market access, limit to market access. So we can increase the productivity of firms, of wage firms. And third, we can also try and increase the abilities of workers, which could be another reasons why this wage sector is limited. And so these are the three ways in which the government could think about targeting and increasing the size of the wage sector, or in the words of our model, reducing concentration in this sector. So what we do is to try to think about three counterfactual exercises where we target each of these things one at a time, and try to have them target the same reduction in employer concentration. So you see the blue line here is our baseline model, and these are the overlapping basically the three counterfactual economies where we are respectively reducing fixed costs, increasing productivity of firms, and increasing ability of workers, especially in the formal sector. So you can think of the third policy as being training of workers, vocational training aimed at increasing basically the workers' competitive advantage in wage firms. Now the point here, there are different ways in which I could have shown you this, but what we're trying to do here is to show that even though these policies are fairly the same in terms of concentration and the size, if you want, of this sector, they are very different in terms of labor market outcomes. For instance, even if just looking at labor market power, reducing fixed costs and increasing worker stability effectively reduce the labor market power in the economy. But in fact, increasing firms' productivity may even increase the incidence of labor market power in the economy. And you can have similar different effect on earnings and abilities of workers. Overall, it seems that the most effective policy in order to increase the size of the wage sector, while at the same time reducing the incidence of labor market power and improving outcomes of workers, would be that of increasing worker stability. They are much more effective than, respectively, decreasing fixed costs or increasing market access or market productivity. So again, this is sort of the kind of message that we want to send, is that thinking about labor market power is important to understand the impact of different policies that are targeted towards achieving a certain outcome. In this case, would be increasing the size of the wage sector. And I wanted to conclude here. So just to summarize, we have this, we show that there are systematic relationship between concentration and self-employment sector outcomes and size and wages. We formalize this into a general equilibrium model that help us sort of thinking about these issues a bit more in details. And again, understanding labor market power is necessary before any policy design. Thanks a lot.
All right, thanks, Monica. We had a very active chat. You can open up for questions now. Start with Daniel.
It's really interesting to see this new feature built into the labor market power. I have two questions. One is more abstract. The other is more detailed. The more abstract question is, I've been thinking about the self-employment sector, and I've been wondering, because you were originally motivated as like informal sector. I've been wondering, what's the fundamental difference, for instance, of this informal sector versus, like, I just pitch it as like another manufacturing sector, and in a way that, seems like your paper been arguing that, if we're thinking about a very detailed sector and location, that seems to be misleading if the workers can switch sectors more easily. So I've been trying to get a feeling about, like, maybe there's something unique about informality that could potentially even strengthen your conclusion, or some kind of general direction like that. A more detailed question is about is actually about, you were talking about the two-stage estimation about the wage to back out the workers' ability distribution. I've been wondering, since you have this ROI feature and combined with your model, it seems of course this is a very limited time, but I've been wondering, you possibly it'd be hard to do that in a separate stage, because all the sorting will depend on the model background assumption. So just try to clarify, actually. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, these are very good points. Starting from the second one. So let me try to give you a little bit more details on that. Okay. So if I understand correctly, your point is, to what extent can you estimate these parameters externally from the model, given that these outcomes depend on, for instance, concentration among firms or other endogenous outcome?
Yeah, exactly.
And I think, I mean, we are. I think it's to my understanding of this procedure is that it's okay, is because we're basically modeling endogenous earnings and endogenous shares here on the left hand side, and so we basically get a system. I mean, we don't impose that these are basically exogenous. I think I need to think about this, but my first reaction to this would be on the left hand side of this equation, we were going to get eventually a system of 6 equations and 6 unknowns. And on the left hand side, we have endogenous outcome. However, let me stop there, and I need to, because I need to think about this a bit more. On the first point, in terms of what's special about self-employment, why don't we just think about it as another manufacturing sector? I think that, I mean, the way we sort of leverage this informality aspect, because again, I didn't show you that, but again, let me go back to that. I think it's interesting to show this plot here. So really, you know, all of these self-employment, if you plot what fraction of self-employment is informal, we're thinking about basically these two distribution are almost overlapping. So all of these self-employed workers are also informal. So the way we leverage this notion of informality is to think that there's relatively low entry cost into this second sector. You know, it's very easy to become self-employed once you want, you know, you leave the wage sector. And so perhaps, you know, there are no entry costs, let's say, into this sector. And that's basically how we think about it in differently than, for instance, another wage sector. But yeah, I don't know if that's sort of answer your question of sort of reinforce our modeling assumption.
Yeah, thank you. I think that this, yeah, that's definitely go some way to understand, to answer my question. I've been just thinking, my general impression is like self-employment usually are kind of concentrating like the retail services that tends out to be informal, and people generally also thinking about these are low productivity sectors. So in terms of aggregate implication, I've been wondering, like, you know, if you are arguing for story of labor market power, if you building certain features of that, maybe that could actually even reinforce your message that thinking about these sectors turns out to be very important. So
yeah, that's a good point.
Marcus?
Yeah, so this was very interesting. So I'm wondering what's up with these markets where there's a lot of concentration, right? And so first, and on the empirical side, I'm wondering when you do these regressions with concentration on the right hand side, if you have, I mean, if this is really continuous effect, or if this is maybe driven by sort of some very concentrated markets versus others, or some less concentrated markets versus others. And then in the model, in the model, then when you calibrate the model, I guess these very concentrated markets are going to be markets where you're going to calibrate a really high fixed cost, right? And like, what does that mean? I mean, it could be, for example, maybe that this is sort of a remote market that's, you know, and then this fixed cost might be amenable to policy, but it might also be, maybe this would just be like a very small location that cannot sustain a lot of employers, and that's going to look like a high fixed cost in the model. But that's not really something that's amenable to policy, right? So it kind of matters how we think about that. Another possibility maybe could be that different locations, maybe some locations are like a good location for mining, and so they're good for industries where like the optimal firm size is large, and they end up with a lot of concentration, and that again would have different implications, right? So I would be curious about that dimension.
Yeah, so it's not as mechanical as it may seem, this relationship between concentrate, like say very small markets and high fixed costs is not one-to-one. One reason I didn't show you the full demand function, but you know, we have a Cobb-Douglas demand function across local labor markets. So basically the expenditure share in each local labor market is constant, and we take this as a parameter, and so we feed into our estimation this set of say expenditure share. So certain markets, the total demand for these markets is going to be very small, which means that even with relatively low level of fixed costs, there's going to be not a lot of entry, just because there is not just a lot of demand for these markets. So this feeding of shares of the total expenditure breaks a little bit that one-to-one relationship between fixed costs and low markets. So part of that is solved by that. I think we can do a little bit more in terms of having these sort of amenities, I guess, that are exogenously heterogeneous across markets. We don't have that, but I think that's something we can add to the model. And yeah, related to the point of regressions, what's driving this? Clearly, most of these markets that are extremely concentrated are those in rural areas. If you do a variance decomposition, about 46% of the variance of a concentration is explained by location fixed effects. So it's really rural places that we are considering. Less of it has to do with industries, but again, we sort of had this feature of geography, let's say, in the model through this market access and this heterogeneity across locations. These Z terms, these productivity terms that is exogenously heterogeneous across markets. However, it's obviously hard to make them as correlated as they are in the data, and we can make some of them, you can do something about them, and some of them mean just amenities, as you were mentioning. So I think that we can do a little bit more about that.
I think we are running out of time, so we should be probably jumping to the last talk. There's a question for John, but maybe we can leave that to the very end.
Thank you very much, everybody, for the comments.
And so, perfect. Jose, I think you're presenting.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Okay, ready to go.
FDI roles and markup. So.
Okay, great. Yep. So I'm presenting foreign direct investment roads and markups, the case of Ethiopia, and Marco. This is also joint work with Marco Sanfilippo, who's going to be in the chat. So my only request is please to throw all the difficult questions over to the chat before the question and answer. So, okay, so that's the introduction, disclaimer. The lawyers asked me to say this, which is that everything we say today is our opinion and does not reflect the views of the U.S. Census Bureau. Okay, so the first, so what's the motivation of the project? So the first thing to mention is that there's a very large literature that studies foreign direct investment and its connection to economic development. And there's people on today's call who have contributed to this important and very large literature. Now, at the same time, at least from our reading of the literature, there's few, if any, studies that look at how FDI can affect the market power, and thereby affect the measured gains from FDI. And if we stop to think about it, this can actually, if you think about, well, how does FDI affect market power and affect measured gains, this could potentially go in either direction. So on the one hand, you can think, well, foreign firms could lower the markups of local firms. So for example, there's more competition. This increases the level of competition, which lowers the markups of local firms. This could potentially be beneficial to welfare. So that's on the one hand. On the other hand, you have foreign firms. These may be very efficient, have a large market share, and thus charge a high markup, which could be harmful to welfare. So we think about there's on the one hand and on the other hand. So there is this interesting fact that it's not obvious ex ante how this could potentially go. Now, at the same time, the literature has pointed out that competition from foreign firms does have an effect on local firms. So just as an example here, this is from, so we're focusing today on Ethiopia. So this is an example of Ethiopian manufacturing. There's a very nice paper by Abebe, Macmillan, and Sarah Finelli. And what they do is they actually survey Ethiopian manufacturing firms. And what they want to study is, the question is, how are these Ethiopian manufacturing firms connected to foreign firms? And what they find is that the most commonly reported linkage was competition from foreign plants in the output market. So they ask firms about the types of linkages that are commonly studied in the literature. So for example, do you supply inputs to foreign firms? Do you receive inputs from foreign firms? So one of the most important linkage was reported was competition from foreign plants in the output market. So this could potentially be an important channel to study. So what we do in this paper is we try to measure the welfare effects of FDI in Ethiopian manufacturing within a framework that allows for variable markups. So this means that what we have in mind is that markups are going to be endogenous in the model, and they're going to react to the presence of foreign firms in the economy. Now, we use the case of Ethiopian manufacturing. There's two principal reasons for this. One is that if you actually look at Ethiopian manufacturing, there's actually been a huge increase in the amount of FDI destined towards the manufacturing sector over the last 10 years. And this has been encouraged by government policy and by it's really industrial policy on the part of the government. So that's one reason there's this huge inflow of FDI. And the second thing, which is more practical, is that we actually have detailed micro-level data for the Ethiopian manufacturing sector. So that's a practical concern. Now, at the same time, so something else that's also interesting about Ethiopia is that they also implemented at the same time another policy that could also affect the level of competition in the economy. And that was that there was a huge effort over the last, since 1996, to do a huge upgrade of the road network. And obviously, so if you have improved roads, that's going to lower internal transportation costs, which could affect competition. So what we're thinking is that if you lower internal transportation costs, that exposes firms to competition from other regions. So what we do is we also, so in addition to thinking about, well, how does FDI affect the markups and the allocative efficiency of the economy, we also evaluate the improvement of roads and study whether, well, how it affected allocative efficiency, but in particular, the interaction and whether it's complementary to the presence of foreign-owned firms in the economy. So methodologically, the way we do this is we use an Acheson-Burstein model. So it's a model of internal trade. And what it is that we have 9 economies in the country. So it's going to be the regions of Ethiopia plus the capital that are trading goods with each other. And the key ingredient of the model is going to be oligopolistic competition among the firms. And again, the presence of these foreign firms is going to affect the level of competition throughout the country, and hence the allocative efficiency. So the way we do is we have this framework, then we calibrate the model to 2016. And the first counterfactual exercise that we do is we say, well, we remove foreign firms from the calibrated model. So we want to think about, well, what's the benefit of having these firms in the economy? So the first quantitative exercise we do is that we remove these foreign firms. So the other thing that we can do is the model gives us some predictions, and we can actually decompose the changes in this welfare into 4 separate channels. So one is what we call the Ricardian channel. And so this is going to operate through gains under a perfectly competitive framework. So this is just going to map back to the real income of consumers if all firms charge their marginal cost. So this is going to be what we call the Ricardian channel. The second one is allocative efficiency. And changes in allocative efficiency in this model are actually going to operate through changes in the dispersion of markups. So just to give you an example, suppose you have a firm that has a very high market share, which in this kind of model, that firm will have a high markup. Then what you can show is that because of this high markup, that firm is inefficiently small. So it would be efficient for that firm to have more input and to raise output, and also to lower the markup. So that's going to be how the dispersion of markups is going to map to allocative efficiency. Then so that's the second term. The third term is going to be terms of trade for markups. So this is going to be the calculated as the aggregate markup of the goods that are sold by a particular region relative to the aggregate markup of the goods purchased by the region. So what this means is, all else equal, if you're a region that sells goods with high markups, then you're going to have a higher real income. And then finally, there's another term which is actually a pretty interesting term, which is the ratio of GNP to GDP. So here we're really thinking about what is the real income of local Ethiopians. So this is going to be another term in the decomposition. So as that ratio declines, then real Ethiopian income will also decline in that region. Okay, so and then we do our counterfactual exercise. The first counterfactual exercise, we can decompose the changes in welfare. And then we also think about these changes in transportation costs. And that's another set of exercises that we do. And finally, so I'm not going to have too much time to talk about those interactions today. And also, we're still working on some model and data comparison. So some econometric exercises, trying to understand how trying to compare the model and data output, and thinking about how firms' markups change with exposure to FDI. So I'm not going to have too much time to talk about that today either. Okay, so what are the results that we're finding? So first is that, so we're actually finding large gains in real income for, so this is going to be the real income for Ethiopians from the presence of these large firms. So we're getting a 10.1% increase in real income. Now, so there's two things to note here. So one is that this is in terms of the manufacturing sector, because we're only focused, our data is on the manufacturing sector. Oops. So our data is on the manufacturing sector, and that's the sector that we're considering. So this isn't going to be in terms of the value added of the manufacturing sector. The other thing too is that this is a static model. So this would be a gain that would accrue to the country every year. So it is a sizable increase in real income. So that's the first result, which is pretty interesting. The other result, which is also very interesting, is thinking about GNP and GDP of the regions. So in particular, the changes in GNP, that's going to include the income that accrues to nationals. Whereas GDP is going to include profits that accrue to the foreign owners of these firms. And what we're finding is that, so if you're thinking about, well, you know, there's this pie, right? There's this additional benefit that's coming into the economy. So we're finding that about a third of the gains in GDP is not being reflected in GNP. So that gives you a sense of the distribution of the pie. So about a third of the gains accrue to foreigners, whereas 2/3 of the gains accrue to locals in GNP. So that's another result that we thought was very interesting. Another one too is that, and going back to this idea of how does it affect allocative efficiency, what we're finding is that it reduces real income. So we're actually finding a negative effect in terms of allocative efficiency. And this is just coming from the fact that foreign firms tend to have large market shares in some of the sectors in which they operate. So that's going to be another result. So it doesn't. So we're actually finding that it makes allocative efficiency worse. Okay, so we also look at the road improvements. The road improvements, they overall, there's a welfare gain, and it also, there is improvements in allocative efficiency. This is, so you can think about, well, there's FDI. We're finding that it worsened allocative efficiency. However, roads, the improvement in roads actually improved allocative efficiency. And finally, we're finding that there's, and by the way, that kind of result that roads improve allocative efficiency is something that has been found before in the literature. So it's pretty consistent with other results. And finally, what we're finding is in terms of the complementarity, we're finding complementarity between the presence of these foreign-owned firms and the improved roads, although those effects tend to be small. Okay, so that's just a brief summary of what we did. So I'm just going to go through the different parts and just give you a little bit of the highlight of what we're doing. So first off, in terms of data, we're using, as I mentioned before, we're using manufacturing data. And the data that we're using is the annual census of large and medium manufacturing firms. This is coming from the Central Statistical Agency of the country. So this is going to include any plant that has 10 or more employees engaged in it. And it has pretty standard information relating to that you typically find in these plant level data sets. So it has information on location, employment, production costs, capital expenditures. And it also has some information. It's actually similar to the ASI, where they actually have information from the Indian plant level data set, where they actually have information on both inputs and outputs at the product level. So that's pretty rich data. So we have the data from 1996 to 2016. The other 2 points to make is that we define a plant as being foreign owned if the initial paid up capital owned by the foreign individual is greater than 10%. So that's going to be fairly standard within this literature. And the one thing that we found that's actually pretty interesting about foreign-owned plants in Ethiopia is that foreign-owned plants actually tend to be domestically oriented in their sales. So if you look at the total fraction of sales that are exported, it's only about 4%. So these firms do tend to be domestically oriented in their sales towards the Ethiopian market. Okay, so that's the manufacturing data that we have. What about the data on road infrastructure? This data is coming from the Ethiopian Road Authority. They have very detailed data about the roads and the conditions of the roads. And what's happened in Ethiopia is that they've actually had many rounds of this RSDP program, the Road Sector Development Project. It's something that program, it's been going on since 1997. And it's really been a huge undertaking, and the number of kilometers of road that have been upgraded has actually been really astounding. So, so there's large improvements in the roads. And if you look at, for example, the number of kilometers of road paved, during this time period, it's almost 11,000 kilometers of road. So it's really a huge undertaking in that sense. Okay, so and then what's the data that we have? We have data on the quality of the road segments. So for example, we can tell if a particular road segment is paved, if it's major gravel, minor gravel, also dirt as well. And we also have from the Ethiopian Road Authority, they have assessments about the average speed in terms of kilometers per hour based on the quality of the road. So that way we can calculate travel times from the different locations for each year. So that's going to be how we pin down some of the transportation cost in the model. So let me show you what it looks like. So this is going to be, so just to give you a sense of the geospatial data that we have. So this is going to be the road network of the country in 1996 by the surface type. So here in the center, this is the capital. And what you see here, so here you can see the different types of quality. So it's asphalt, major gravel, gravel, and earth. Now, so that's in 1996. Let's go to 2016. That's the road network in 2016. So you can see here that the density has absolutely increased. And this map may be hard to see on the screen. So, but the main thing here is you can see that if it's the dark gray, this is a new or an upgraded road by 2016 versus the light gray, this is going to be same as 1996. So you can see that most of them are dark gray. So the main things to take away is that the density has really increased and there's just been a lot of new and upgraded roads within the country. Okay, so that's the data, the kind of data that we're going to be using that we're going to use for the model. So this is the model in one slide, so I'm not going to have too much time to go into the details, but just to give you a sense of what we're doing. So the key features are the following. So one is there's 9 regions or 9 economies, and each one's endowed with LI labor units, and all these regions trade with each other. Then, so labor is the only factor of production. It's immobile across the regions. And the other key thing is that there's going to be a continuum of sectors that's indexed by J. So in each individual sector, we have KIJ firms competing a la Cornell. So there's going to be oligopolistic competition. Now this, so it's worth discussing the KIJ for a second there. So this is going to be the number of firms for a region by region and sector. And so this is actually an important, so this is going to be a parameter in the model. And this is actually an important feature of the data that we want to be able to capture well, in the sense that it's going to determine whether how, for example, the entry of foreign known firms is going to affect markups, right? So just to give you a sense, or just to give you an example, suppose that I'm in a region of Ethiopia, suppose that Marco is in a different region of Ethiopia, and then suppose that there's a foreign known firm that enters my region. The question is, how is that going to affect markups in the region where Marco is? Well, it's going to depend on whether the foreign known firm is in the sector that that firms in Marco's region compete in, right? So for example, suppose that the foreign known firm enters my region, they compete in steel, suppose they produce steel, and all the firms in Marco's region produce shoes, then there's not going to be any change in markups because there's no direct competition. Whereas if the foreign known firm in my region produces steel and the same in Marco's region, then there will be some scope for changes in markups. So what we're going to do is that KIJ parameter, we can read that off the data. That's something that we can find in the data, and then we take that and feed that into the model.
We are 10 minutes away.
Okay. Okay, so then within a sector, the firms produce differentiated products. And finally, firms face transportation costs to sell their goods to other regions. Okay, so so the other, okay, so actually there's two slides on the model, but the other key point that just, so that just gives you a sense of the framework that we're using. The other key thing is this difference between GDP and GNP. So GNP of a region is going to be all of the labor income that accrues, that's going to be all the income to labor, plus all the profits from the firms that are located in that region. Okay, so that's going to be GDP. Whereas GNP, this is going to be pretty similar. It's going to be all of the labor income plus pi L. So it's pretty similar to GDP except for the L. So this pi L is the fraction of profits that accrues to Ethiopians. So the expression is exactly the same. It's just we're just adding up the profits across all the firms. The main difference is going to be this fee, which is the fraction of the firm that's owned by Ethiopians. So this is going to be how we calculate GNP. So when we're thinking about, well, what's the welfare in terms of the real income of local Ethiopians, we're going to be thinking about GNP divided by P. So this is going to be the price index from the model. Okay, so let me move on. We're going to discuss some of the quantitative exercises that we did. So what we do is we calibrate the model. So there's lots of details there, and we just try to match the key features of the Ethiopian manufacturing sector as well as transportation costs across the country for 2016. And then once we have the calibrated model for 2016, we can conduct quantitative experiments. So the experiments that we conduct, so we have three different experiments that we do. One is we calculate the benefits of having these foreign firms by eliminating the foreign firms from the calibrated model, and then we can compare the results. That's the first one. I'll show you those results today. We do another two, which I'm not going to have time to discuss today, but it's essentially the same. It's the same as number one. We're starting off with the calibrated model, except that we're first raising the transportation cost to 1996 levels. So that's going to be, well, what happens if foreign firms enter or are removed in a world in which transportation costs are high? How would that affect our results? So that's going to be how we try to understand how examine the interaction of these policies. So the idea is that if the benefit of having foreign firms is higher when transportation costs are lower, then we interpret these two policies as being complementary. So that's the second exercise that we do. The third one is we also look at, we just lower transportation cost, well, we compare the equilibrium with 1996 transportation cost versus 2016 transportation cost and compare the results. Okay, so in terms of the first one where we think about what happens if we remove these foreign firms from the calibrated model. So this is the first set of results. These are all the regions of Ethiopia from smallest to largest, and these are the aggregated numbers. So in the aggregate, what we're finding is that GDP over P, so you can think about this as how much does the total pie increase by, the size of the total pie, that increases by 16.2%. And this column in the aggregate, this column here, GNP over P, this is going to be, well, what fraction of that pie accrues to people in Ethiopia? It's about 10%. So the gains are large, right? So even GNP over P, it's 10%. And so yeah, so that's one thing that wasn't obvious ex ante. The other thing that's not obvious is just the division of the pie, and a pretty big chunk of the increase of the pie does it accrues to GDP, but not GNP. So that's the first kind of set of results. We're interested in mainly in allocative efficiency, and then what we do is we take we extended decomposition by Holmes, Su, and Lee And what we can do is we can decompose the real income of a particular region in the following way. So you can take this GNP over P term, and you can show that it can be rewritten in this manner. So this first term here, this is going to be what we call the Ricardian term. So this is going to be the labor income of a particular region divided by PPC. So that's going to be the price index if all firms charge their marginal cost. So this is going to be the welfare in a world in which, so there's no profits, right, in the numerator. So this is going to be, you can think about this as real income if all firms charge their marginal cost. So this is a world in which there's perfect competition, so there's no profits, but the price index is the price index if all firms charge their marginal cost. So this is the Ricardian term. This is going to be the markup terms of trade term. So this is going to be the aggregate markup of the goods that you sell relative to the aggregate markup of the goods that you purchase. So if you sell goods with high aggregate markups, then this term will be higher. The next term is going to be the one related to allocative efficiency. So it's not the very pretty term, but so you can show that this term is related to the welfare loss from having a dispersion in markups. So if all firms charge the same markup, then this term right here is going to be equal to 1. And as this dispersion increases, this index would decline. And the last term is going to be this GNP over P expression. So it's just the fraction of GDP that's captured in GNP. Okay, so then we can decompose the changes in real income. So we can do this by region. I'm going to be focusing mainly on the aggregate for today. So the first thing that we find is, so this is going to be the 10.2% increase. This is GNP over P. And so here are the different components: the Ricardian, markups, terms of trade, allocative efficiency, and this ratio of GNP over GDP. And so there's a few main takeaways here. One is going to be that this Ricardian term is actually is the largest, but it actually tends to overstate the gains quite substantially. So if you're just thinking about marginal cost pricing, it would overstate the gains. And there's two reasons for that. Well, one is this reason here about GNP, this ratio of GNP over GDP. But also, as we mentioned before, it seems like these foreign firms are lowering allocative efficiency. So for those two reasons, this Ricardian term would tend to overstate the increase in real income. So that's the first thing. The second thing is this allocative efficiency term. It's relatively modest, but is consistently negative. So it, this idea that maybe they helped, at least in the case of Ethiopia, it doesn't seem like they improved allocative efficiency. And the last common key takeaway here is going to be this markup terms of trade term. And this can actually have important distributional consequences across the regions. And so here we're thinking about, for example, consider there's a few very small regions that have no foreign-owned firms. And so they actually have a very negative terms of trade term. And that's just coming from the fact that now they have to pay the high markups that are being charged by the foreign-owned firms. And then there's a distributional impact in the sense that this additional income is being captured by regions like Oromia, which is where a lot of these foreign firms are located. So in that sense, it's going to have a distributional consequence across the country. Okay, so this, just given time, we can skip that. So I can go ahead and conclude. Pretty good. Okay, so the timing worked out. So what we try to do is we're just trying to understand how the introduction of these foreign-owned firms affects the level of markups in the economy and the implications for welfare. And we're just still thinking about some potential next steps. We're still working on some comparison of model and data. We have the super rich data and obviously implications from the model. So that's something that we want to do to try to better understand our results. And something else that we also thought was interesting too is that we've seen that working with some of the data, the aggregate markup has increased, at least from our measures, has increased in Ethiopian manufacturing. So thinking about to what extent Can this increase be explained by the presence of foreign-owned firms? And finally, just thinking about some policy implications of these results.
Okay, great talk, Jose. There's been a lot of discussion in the chat, but now we're open for either new questions or people want to follow up on the questions in the chat.
Can I ask something?
Please.
So I think this is very interesting. So I thought that one of the things that that are potentially more interesting is this complementarity between the road network and foreign firms. And I'm wondering to what extent this will probably depend on how much these foreign firms export within the country. So how much they are export deal oriented, but within the country, not to different countries, and whether you have some type of information to discipline whether they do it or not. I guess that if they export a lot within the country, then probably the positive effect of having this foreign firm, which is like increases competition for the rest of firms that maybe in remote areas, is going to be larger.
Yeah. No, that's a great question. And so, yeah, and so we don't have data on, that's a very good point, because we don't have the data on like these internal trade flows, but we do have the plant level data, and there might be some clever way of trying to see how much is being sold to the various regions. You know, maybe thinking about some products that are maybe only produced by foreign firms, and then trying to see intermediate input usage reported across the various regions, things like that. So there could be some creative ways of thinking about measuring these trade flows. Yeah, that's a good, yeah, so we hadn't thought necessarily about doing something like that.
I have a question, that a comment that also applies to the previous paper, but let me do it here. A natural policy, given the markups and the variable markups and effects on concentration that you highlight, is, I think, adding a subsidy to large firms, for large firms to expand. No, the part of the problem in the model is that large firms are not selling enough. Do you look around to see what will that subsidy look like?
We haven't tried to do that, but in principle, I think that is potentially a policy implication of that. And yeah, so we'd have to think a little bit more about that. But I think in principle, at least within this framework, that would be
like a lot of concentration on the large firm is something like bad. But I suspect that the optimal policy will tell you, no, you want a little bit more concentration, because these large firms, because they are strategic, are not charging too high, not selling too much.
Yeah.
The same applies for the previous paper. These large firms are not hiring enough labor, should hire even more. So the wage subsidy should be the natural way to correct this.
Yeah. No, that's something to think about. But I agree. I mean, it sounds like in principle that would be a way of remedying it.
Other questions? Any comment on the questions in the chat? That
I have one quick question. Maybe I missed this, but empirically, how does one separate the effect on the markups that is coming through more multinationals or more FDI versus more market access, more roads? Because it seems that both things could affect, and I agree in the structure of the model helps separating these things, but empirically, what would be the moments to look at to do this like separation?
Yeah, and actually, Yeah, and that's something that we're still working on. I'm not sure if Marco, you want to jump in and comment about this since.
Yeah. So if you put the next slide, actually we have already. Yeah. So this is out of the presentation, but we were pretty sure someone was going to ask. So yeah, what we have done already is to create a bunch of measures that can kind of bake up the complementarity that we are trying to look at. So we have these two variables, and in particular one, this beta 2. It's a variable that measures a modified version of the market access, I mean the Donaldson or Orbeck style. And this measure is basically taking into account changes in travel time, okay, across all locations. When we do the empirical part of the work, we move more disaggregated. We don't consider 9 regions, but we consider a few hundreds of districts, which is the third administrative division of Ethiopia. So we do a travel time matrix. We construct a market access, but rather than using the usual weight, which is like population or night light density, at the location level, we create a weight based on the share of foreign production. Okay, so we construct basically a market access that varies also by sector. Okay, so this variable varies by location, sector, and time, and varies because either roads improve or foreign production improves in other locations. Okay, and then we split this variable into 2. Okay, keeping one of the 2 variables fixed, and we put this in the model, in the empirics. No? And this way we try basically to estimate the individual effect of coming from roads or from FDI. So far we have that both variables play in the same direction. So an increase in market access due to roads or FDI leads to less markups, so lower markups. We didn't take care of endogeneity seriously in this specification. So, I mean, this is really not causal identification, but this is what we are thinking about.
Can I ask a question, please?
Sorry?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Sure, I'm not the...
Okay, thank you. My question is, I want to hear your experience in managing how you deal with the change of the firm ID since 2013, I think, 13 or 11. So in this empirical model, I think there was a need to construct a panel data for firms because you have used data from 1996 to 2016. So,
yeah, I mean, I know, I'm perfectly aware of this. So we don't use a panel of firms in this specification.
Okay.
So this is a repeated cross-section, and what really matters is the market's fixed effect. So district by like the previous paper is like district times industry.
Thank you.
We are trying to recover information about this, but at the moment it's not possible. So in the future, we probably can do this for a smaller sample of firms, also adding firm fixed effect. I mean.
Any other questions? If not, we are sort of close to the end of the Q&A questions. If not, I guess we can close the workshop. Let me first, before that, thanks Kirsty McNeil for all the help. It's kind of getting late in London, and thanks all the participants. It's been a very for us been a very exciting day. A lot of questions. I think this is the last workshop of the I guess the early fall season. So I guess double thank to Kirsty then. And it's, I think there's not Darko Joe is here, so I don't think that there's any announcement. But otherwise, look into your emails for upcoming announcement from STEC. And I think they've been some deadlines on grants.
Yes, we've just had one lot close, and there'll be another lot open 1st of November. And we'll reach out soon about our annual conference in January.
Exactly. I was guessing some of those things were coming up, but I didn't want to say anything. Perfect. So that we have all the information, all the relevant information now. So thanks a lot again. So Ezra, you want to say anything? No.
No, thanks to all the presenters and participants.
It's getting close to lunch for us. So thanks a lot. Looking forward for more submissions,